Chapter 1024. In the area bordering Lan Province, there was a group of dark, gloomy mountains that were shrouded in dim mist all year round. The demonic aura of this mountain range overflowed into the heavens, shocking all directions. This was the War Palace, the headquarters of the outsiders who had conquered the Lanzhou region. In one of the core secret halls, there was a muscular man with a giant black horn on his head and eyes the size of copper bells. A gray piece of paper was floating in front of him. Moon Dragon City has been breached. The horn man's deep voice rang out. At the same time, figures of strange shapes appeared around the hall. Moon Dragon City has 2 sacred lords guarding it, but it was still breached. A demonic voice questioned. Moon Dragon City was the place that the non-human war hall had conquered the most. The upper echelon of the war hall placed great importance on it, which was why they sent 2 sacred lords to guard it. 2 sacred lords have been killed. The horn man added, "Sacred Lord Demonic Bull, how is this possible? Could the humans have already sent out ancient sacred lords?" Another old voice reverberated in the hall. "They're all dead. There's something fishy about this." There were many doubtful voices in the hall. Even if these 2 sacred lords were weaker than the ancient sacred lords, they wouldn't be killed so easily. Now that 2 sacred lords of Moon Dragon City had fallen, the humans would only be able to send early-stage mystic light realm experts into the battlefield. According to the news from Meng City, they don't seem to have any divine lords. Maybe they are the great Qian dynasty's prodigies. Sacred Lord Demonic Bull continued. Meng City was one of the alien cities in front of Moon Dragon City. Not only powerful non-humankind warriors of Meng City were gathered here, but also some non-humankind warriors who escaped from Moon Dragon City. The great Qian dynasty doesn't care about the lives of their paragons. A voice filled with killing intent rang out. Clearly, this upper echelon wanted to kill the elites of the great Qian dynasty personally. There's no need for that. It just so happens that one of the serpent children of the Serpent Men tribe is here. Let him go and reinforce Meng City. Sacred Lord Demonic Bull ordered. On the surface, the Nethermoon dynasty ruled the serpent humans. The serpent children were equivalent to the princes of the great Qian dynasty. And this time it's the 5th serpent son. He should have brought a lot of powerful outsiders with him. Sacred Lord Demonic Bull added, it was only the beginning of the war, and the outsiders were still preparing for something else. The outsiders only needed to hold their ground and wait for the right time to launch a large-scale attack. Holy Lord level combat strengths were scarce to begin with. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they couldn't send out more formidable combat strengths. Otherwise, that would only speed up the pace of the war. At this moment, a voice came from outside the hall. Frontline battlefield information. Swoosh! Black mist moved within the hall, and a gray piece of paper floated in from outside and landed in Sacred Lord Demonic Bull's hand. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms has conquered another city. Sacred Lord Demonic Bull said, "Ha ha ha," as expected of Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. He's still able to do this even now. Descendants of the 8 great god eyes, this is only natural. Moon Dragon City. The 9th Prince's troops had arrived a while ago. Among these forces were members of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion, Duke Nanfeng's forces, elite experts from Grand Duke Lan's palace, and members of other forces of various sizes. With these soldiers, Meng City will be a piece of cake. The 9th Prince was full of confidence. There was only one sacred lord guarding Meng City, and the lower-tier forces had joined the soldiers of Moon Dragon City that had escaped. They were slightly stronger than the 9th Prince's soldiers. However, as long as they could kill the top-tier battle power of Meng City, the battle would be over. Report. An intelligence agent outside the 9th Prince's hall quickly ran in. The 9th Prince's expression became grim as he took the report. "Your Highness, what is it?" Old Ing immediately asked. Meng City has sent reinforcements. It's a non-human serpent son. The ninth prince said. That's normal. Even if the serpent son doesn't come, they would have sent more people. Old Ing immediately said. They had taken over Moon Dragon City and killed 2 sacred lords. This would definitely attract the attention of the non-humans. However, the serpent sons of the serpent men race should be easier to deal with than some ancient sacred lords. We can't touch Meng City right now. We need to think about it. The ninth prince calmed down. At the very least, they needed to wait for the scouts to find out how strong the serpent sons of the serpent men race would make Meng City stronger before they could make a decision. At this moment, Zhao Feng was walking through the market of Moon Dragon City. This trading market was set up by the troops stationed in the city. During the war between the Lord dynasties, both the soldiers and the captains were able to obtain a lot of spoils of war from the non-humans they killed. However, most of the spoils of war weren't very useful. At the beginning, it was just small groups that traded with each other, but it kept on expanding until it formed a market. Zhao Feng had obtained a lot of spoils of war after killing 2 sacred lords and many emperor captains. These resources were obviously not as good as the resources in Zhao Feng's misty spatial world. However, Zhao Feng was developing his forces and needed resources. If he accumulated them over a long period of time, they would be a large sum. However, before that, Zhao Feng could use the spoils of war to exchange for some resources and items he needed in the market. The golden Kuan sacred lightning body and the 5 elemental wind lightning technique that Zhao Feng cultivated required a lot of resources, and they were all of different elements. On top of that, cultivating the first level of the soul splitting technique had caused Zhao Feng's soul intent to decrease. Although his soul intent had mostly recovered thanks to the large amount of resources, he had almost used up all of his soul-related cultivation resources. Brother Zhao Feng, what do you need? I'll give you a discount. Captain Zhao Feng, I have everything here. Anything is negotiable as long as you ask. The stall owners immediately spoke when they saw Zhao Feng arrive at the market. Zhao Feng had killed 2 sacred lords and dozens of emperors on the battlefield, so he definitely had a lot of spoils of war. Furthermore, this was a good chance to befriend Zhao Feng, so why not? Zhao Feng was able to easily obtain the resources he needed. Zhao Feng went to where the soldiers were stationed after exchanging for the resources. There were rows of simple houses here, and Zhao Feng walked into one of them. Grand Elder. The moment Zhao Feng entered, many of the people inside cried out in alarm. The leader of the peak-tier kings walked forward. You can split these resources among yourselves. Zhao Feng handed over an interspatial ring to the leading king. Thank you, Grand Elder. The elder immediately knelt down, and the members of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion behind him were moved to tears. The Grand Elder's performance on the battlefield made them receive good treatment here. The Grand Elder didn't forget about them and personally came to give them cultivation resources. After the next battle ends, you can return to the Ocean Smoke Pavilion if you want to. Also, tell the pavilion master to send more members with potential over. Zhao Feng messaged the leader of the group. The battlefield was a good place to train. Now that Zhao Feng was here, he obviously wanted to use the battlefield to train the disciples of his force with potential. Furthermore, the war points accumulated by the members could be exchanged for resources for the development of his force. Understood, the elder said respectfully. Zhao Feng then left and returned to his residence to cultivate. Zhao Feng started to multitask after circulating the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. The second level of the soul-splitting technique is about to be completed. Zhao Feng started to think. The reason why the second level of the soul-splitting technique was so fast was all because of Sacred Lord Star Demon's help. However, even if the second level of the soul-splitting technique was completed, Zhao Feng wouldn't be in a rush to cultivate it. Firstly, the second level was created by him and Sacred Lord Star Demon, so Zhao Feng needed to do his best to eliminate any possible mistakes. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's sole intent had just recovered. If he cultivated the second level, it would regress again. Furthermore, Zhao Feng wasn't in a rush to create a soul clone. Right now, Zhao Wang is one of the strongest inner disciples of the Dark Ghost clan, and his cultivation has reached the middle stages of the Great Origin Core Realm. Zhao Feng nodded his head. He purposely suppressed Zhao Wang's cultivation speed so that others wouldn't suspect him. Otherwise, with Zhao Wang's talent, the Eye of Death, and the resources that Zhao Feng had given him, he should have reached the peak Great Origin Core Realm by now. On the other side, the little thieving cat used the large amount of resources that Zhao Feng had given it to stay in the misty spatial world and rarely came out. The little thieving cat's strength is also increasing. Zhao Feng murmured to himself. The little thieving cat's strength was also growing alongside Zhao Feng. The difference between an emperor and a sacred lord was too big. If the little thieving cat didn't increase its strength, it wouldn't be able to keep up with Zhao Feng's footsteps. Some cultivation resources within the misty spatial world appeared in front of Zhao Feng. Dark lightning bloodgrass, sky wind spiritual bamboo, 9 sky, green fire fruit. Zhao Feng circulated the 5 elemental wind lightning technique and absorbed the elemental power within these precious resources while expelling the impurities within them. 3 days passed, and the fire of wind lightning true yuan within Zhao Feng's crystal core became purer and thicker. Occasionally, lightning would flash within it. Late stages of the fire of wind lightning. Zhao Feng opened his eyes. His fire of wind lightning had already consolidated at the early stages a long time ago and had now broken through. The 8th level is the fire of wind lightning, so the 9th level is the earth of wind lightning. Zhao Feng had already started to plan for the earth of wind lightning on the 9th level. On the other side, the 13th prince's stronghold was right next to the 9th prince's city. The 13th prince relied on a large number of elites and the battle power of a sacred lord to finally take over city. However, the joy on his face instantly disappeared when he found out that the 9th prince had taken over Moon Dragon City before him. The 9th prince didn't rely on the battle power of a sacred lord to take over a city, so he was obviously more famous than the 13th prince. The non-humans of Moon Dragon City are a bunch of retards. The 13th prince cursed. Your Highness 13th, the 9th prince only relied on Zhao Feng and Moon Dragon City's underestimation to break through. Shi Peng from 9 Darkness Palace said, next to the 13th prince. Shi Peng was also a powerful quasi-sacred lord that had participated in the Crown Prince trial. After the Crown Prince trial, his strength had increased, and he would be able to try to become a sacred lord soon. This Zhao Feng is also troublesome. Flames of anger would burn in the 13th prince's heart whenever he heard Zhao Feng's name. Indeed, the main reason is still Zhao Feng. If Zhao Feng isn't able to stay on the battlefield, Shi Peng from 9 Darkness Palace revealed a wicked smile. Shi Peng, do you have a plan? The 13th prince had a joyful smile. Zhao Feng offended 9 Darkness Palace, so he won't have a good ending. The same goes for Nangong Sheng. Chapter 10:25. The Earth of Wind Lightning focuses on defense and control. With the fire of wind lightning and the perfect blood devil sun bloodline, Zhao Feng's physical attacks were more than enough. Therefore, the earth of wind lightning after the fire of wind lightning was perfect for Zhao Feng's needs. It's pretty easy to find resources that contain the element of earth. Zhao Feng relaxed slightly. Most precious ores contain some element of earth. However, absorbing a small amount of the element of earth was the same as using up the entire ore's value. It was better to find resources with the element of earth. Zhao Feng ended his seclusion and walked out of his room. Captain Zhao Feng! One of the 9th prince's personal guards stood outside where Zhao Feng was staying. What is it? Zhao Feng asked. From the looks of it, this guard had been waiting here for a long time until Zhao Feng came out of seclusion. The general invites you in. The guard then led Zhao Feng to the Ninth Prince's hall. Brother Zhao, I have an important mission for you this time. Of course, I won't force you if you're not willing. The Ninth Prince said. He knew that Zhao Feng didn't like to beat around the bush. Some time ago, our spies went to Meng City to gather information, but they never came back. Old Ing told him a secret. Meng City was the city that fought against the Ninth Prince at Moondragon City. Almost all the scouts between the two armies were experts that specialized in detection, eavesdropping, and concealment. Since the scouts didn't come back, the result was obvious. They were discovered by the enemy and killed. According to the news we received a while ago, a serpent son of the Serpent Men race came to Meng City. He's the equivalent of a prince of the great Gon Lord dynasty, but we don't know how many experts this serpent son brought with him. Old Ing continued, only by knowing one's enemy would one have a chance of winning. If the Ninth Prince attacked Meng City and an early-stage mystic light realm appeared, it would be terrible. Thus, before the two armies engaged in battle, spies would be sent out to gather all kinds of information. Furthermore, non-humans are patrolling 10,000 miles around Meng City right now. It's even harder to gather information. Old Ing sighed and told Zhao Feng the details. I wonder if Brother Zhao can temporarily take on the role of a scout and head to the outsider city to gather information. The Ninth Prince explained. As everyone knew, the duties of a spy were extremely dangerous. Perhaps the enemy had set up some trap and was waiting for the spy to jump into it. Sometimes the spies might even obtain false information, causing their own side to fall into a predicament. Therefore, this duty was both dangerous and important. Letting a person who had not undergone professional training take on this responsibility was tantamount to pushing him into a fire pit. However, people like Zhao Feng were an exception. If Brother Zhao isn't willing, then I won't force you. Let's switch from offense to defense. When the enemy takes the initiative to attack, we'll know the truth. The Ninth Prince said. Originally, Zhao Feng coming to the front line to help was already a great help. The Ninth Prince would feel bad if Zhao Feng had to be the scout as well. However, he and Old Ing had discussed this idea for a long time. Firstly, Zhao Feng had a substandard god weapon like the misty spatial world. If something happened, he could just travel through space and escape. Secondly, Zhao Feng had an eye bloodline, so stealing information should be a piece of cake for him. Leave the scout task to me. Zhao Feng agreed after understanding the situation. He had always been curious as to why the Ninth Prince didn't continue to attack. It turned out that there was something like this going on. Zhao Feng obviously wanted to fight. Not only could he train himself, but he could also exchange war points for resources. He also hoped that when the two sides started fighting, they would have a better understanding of the enemy. Brother Zhao is willing to go to the front lines and scout for information. The Ninth Prince and Old Ing paused for a moment. They didn't expect Zhao Feng to agree so decisively. Does Zhao Feng need any help? Old Ing asked. I alone am enough. Zhao Feng left the palace after saying that. Zhao Feng used the misty spatial world to leave behind spatial coordinates in Moondragon City, then left Moondragon City and headed toward the territory of Meng City. Not long after flying, Zhao Feng's god spiritual I sensed something weird. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng used the lightning wings flying technique and quickly closed in. It was a messy pile of rocks, and there were several corpses nearby that gave off a rotten smell. At this moment, a non-human hidden in a large rock pressed his hands against the ground and released a powerful mental energy undulation. Not good. Someone's approaching. The expression of the non-human hidden in the rock turned to surprise. A human had suddenly entered his senses. He can't have found me. He should just be passing by. The non-human thought. He hadn't sensed any mental energy undulations from the beginning. so he was sure that Zhao Feng hadn't sensed him. He was the best scout in Meng City, and he had never failed to obtain information with the help of his unique bloodline. Whoosh! Zhao Feng flew in a straight line toward this non-human. His speed was extremely fast, and he instantly closed in. Boom! Zhao Feng thrust out a palm, pulverizing the pile of rubble. A dark yellow figure emerged, a look of fear on its face. "You're the non-human scout, right?" Zhao Feng was overjoyed as a purple-golden light circulated in his left eye. Mental energy spike. A purple-golden lightning crystal suddenly shot out from Zhao Feng's left eye and stabbed into the non-human soul. Plop! This non-human was only a martial emperor, so he was instantly killed by Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique. Zhao Feng waved his hand, and the head and interspatial dimension of the non-human leader were taken by Zhao Feng, a martial emperor and 1,000 battle points. "I can't waste them," Zhao Feng was overjoyed. His luck was too good. A non-human was already giving him battle points as soon as he came out. After all, martial emperors weren't cabbages. There were only a few of them in a city, and he still had to leave some for the other captains. Whoosh! After killing the non-human scout, Zhao Feng continued on his way. The distance between the two cities wasn't far. 5 days later, Zhao Feng arrived a few 100,000 miles away from Meng City. Maybe I can use the Eye of Heaven to complete this mission, Zhao Feng started to think. However, doing so would expose one of Zhao Feng's trump cards to the non-humans, and there wouldn't be any benefits to it. Zhao Feng then continued to get closer to Meng City. In a forest outside of Meng City, boom! A loud explosion suddenly came from the forest, followed by a violent ripple of true yuan. Haha, the prodigy of the leopard man race is only SOSO. A non-human male with purple bat wings on his back quickly flashed through the forest. Boom! Every time this man with purple bat wings flapped his wings, 2 purple blade tornadoes would blow out, stirring the void and shattering everything in their path. You're also becoming weaker. A deep and resounding voice came from the forest below. Suddenly, a golden figure shot out and charged toward the male with purple bat wings. A giant golden claw suddenly reached out. Boom! Boom! The giant golden claw left behind the sound of air being torn apart, and the powerful Yao Qi shook one soul. Whoosh! The non-human male with purple wings quickly flapped his wings and dodged the leopardman's attack. Boom! The giant golden claw landed on the mountain behind the male with bat wings and left behind 4 chasms. Purple wing tornado. The male with purple wings didn't show any weakness and used his ultimate skill. The battle power displayed by these 2 non-human quasi-sacred lords was enough to shock normal sacred lords. These 2 were the quasi-sacred lord prodigies that had followed the 5th serpent son to Meng City. After coming to Meng City, they were too bored, so they often went out to spar. They were the ones who accidentally found the human scout and killed him. Wait, I sense something strange up ahead. The male with bat wings immediately messaged. Could it be a human scout? How stupid. He still dares to come after we killed him last time? The leopardman's expression didn't change. Hee, why don't we have a competition and see who can kill this human scout first? The male with bat wings revealed a wicked smile. Sure. The leopard man revealed a wisp of battle intent. Whoosh! 2 streaks of light, 1 purple and 1 gold, flew toward the same direction. These 2 were prodigies from the bat race and the leopard man race, and they both specialized in speed. Ha ha ha! The scout this time is a quasi-sacred lord. No wonder the human dares to come again. The male with bat wings licked his lips and revealed an excited expression as he looked at the golden-haired male, who was slowly moving forward. I didn't expect to catch 2 more big fishes. Zhao Feng had an excited expression. 2 quasi-sacred lords was worth 12,000 war points. Die, human! The leopard man turned into the shadow of a golden leopard and shot toward Zhao Feng like a bolt of lightning with a terrifying pressure. Zhao Feng's expression didn't change as he circulated his sacred, lightning body. Ding! When the leopardman's golden claws landed on Zhao Feng's chest, it was like a piece of tofu smashing into a piece of metal. The indestructible power of lightning instantly pushed the leopard man back several thousand miles. At the same time, several cracks appeared on his golden claws. One had to know that Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body could block the attacks of normal sacred lords head-on. How could this leopardman's attack affect Zhao Feng? How is this possible? The bat-winged male was slightly slower, and he almost fell from fright when he saw this scene. Whoosh! The bat-winged male immediately turned around and tried to escape. He didn't know what was going on, but the strength that the golden-haired male displayed was too terrifying. He was even stronger than the prodigies of the Serpentmen race he had seen before. I can't let you run away just like that for 12,000 war points. The scarlet wings of lightning behind Zhao Feng's back spread, and he turned into a bolt of lightning that instantly appeared in front of the leopard man and the bat-winged male. Boom, 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 boom! A desolate storm of lightning spread from behind Zhao Feng and merged into the air. Everything within 10,000 miles instantly turned into a dark dimension. The two non-humans were heavily suppressed within this dimension. What a strong little world! The bat-winged male was stunned. He felt as if his true yuan and bloodline were being heavily suppressed. The bat-winged male instantly released his little world and covered himself in order to reduce the suppression that Zhao Feng's little world had on him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Within the little world of wind lightning, Zhao Feng's speed was much faster than normal. He instantly arrived in front of the bat-winged male and thrust out a palm. Zhao Feng's casual palm was the simplified version of the sky-destroying sacred lightning palm, and it contained the essence of the sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Rumble! A scarlet golden palm landed on the bat-winged male's little world. Crack! Crack! Several cracks instantly appeared in the bat-winged male's little world and started to spread. How is this possible? My little world! The bat-winged male's heart jumped, and his body started to tremble. In that instant, cracks didn't just appear on the surface of his little world. The basic structure of his little world was also slightly damaged. Chapter 10:26. The bat-winged male had a sharp expression as he burned his true yuan, and a dark purple light appeared around his body. At the same time, his purple bat wings grew in size and completely covered his body. A weird spatial disturbance started to spread. There was a powerful disturbance of true yuan in front of us just now. On the other side, the bat-winged male was severely injured by Zhao Feng's wind lightning eye flame. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die from the suppression and torture of the little world of wind lightning. Boom! 3 groups of non-humans arrived. Each group had around 100 people, and they were either Small Origin Core Realm, Great Origin Core Realm, or Half-Step Kings. The leader was a normal emperor. Rumble! Boom! The 3 leaders discussed as they flew over. Wah! My little world! The bat-winged male looked at Zhao Feng in fear. The latter's speed, defense, and strength were all unbelievably strong. Wang, the bat-winged male, was stunned. He never would have thought that he and the prodigy of the leopardmen race would meet such a thing. Boom! Zhao Feng instantly locked onto the bat-winged male. Zhao Feng continued to approach Meng City. Boom! If that's the case, then I'll take you all in as well. The overall strength of the non-humans that the 5th Serpent Son had brought far surpassed sacred Lord Dark Shadow. He spread out his divine sense and didn't sense anything. Whoosh! Zhao Feng didn't stop them. After all, the self-destruction of a quasi-sacred lord prodigy could threaten even sacred lords. The bat-winged male's figure flashed with a dark purple light and disappeared from Zhao Feng's little world. Zhao Feng didn't leave and continued to advance. In just a short while, 2 non-human geniuses that were careless died in Zhao Feng's hands. Zhao Feng laughed faintly as his left eye focused. A breath or two later, the element of that disturbance is different from before. All the non-humans instantly froze on the spot, and their eyes became dim as their souls fell into the little world created by Zhao Feng. As long as Zhao Feng didn't purposefully stare at an expert, he wouldn't be discovered. All the non-human experts near Zhao Feng unconsciously looked at Zhao Feng's eyes. Whoosh! Hoo-hoo! Soul search. In a dark palace in Meng City. Hee-hee. I hope there will be a chance to make a move. Thousands of patrolling soldiers flew in the direction of Zhao Feng under the lead of the top foreign race emperor. However, Zhao Feng was able to see the distribution of the soldiers around Meng City with the vision of his left eye. Zhao Feng's expression remained unchanged as a faint golden ripple appeared in his left eye. How could there be such a powerful prodigy among the humans? Zhao Feng ended the soul search. If the basic framework of the small world was destroyed, the operation of the small world would become chaotic, which would affect the function of the small world. The leopard man burst forth with extreme speed and changed his direction, preparing to rush out from the other side. Crack, crack, crack. Zhao Feng pondered for a moment. The bat-winged man's figure appeared. His body and soul were being burned by a destructive tribulation lightning flame. Zhao Feng's left eye turned into a limitless purple and gold maze world that radiated a fatal suction force. A wicked soul undulation appeared from Zhao Feng's left eye and charged into the leopard man's soul. When the bat-winged man self-destructed, Zhao Feng put away his little world. A ball of purple and gold lightning flame instantly appeared in the air and exploded. Zhao Feng revealed a faint smile as he waited for them to arrive. At the same time within Meng City, this meant that the battle power of the upper echelons of Meng City was slightly stronger than the two sacred Lord Dark Shadows. Zhao Feng cut off the heads of the two non-humans and waved his hand. True yuan of wind, lightning surged, and all the non-humans turned to dust. Damn it, I shouldn't have put away my little world. The bat-winged male spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed. He didn't expect that the bat-winged male's self-destruction would still attract the patrolling troops even though they were so far away. The leopard man completely lost control of his body, and he couldn't even think or move. At this instant, cracks didn't just appear on the surface of his little world. The basic structure of his little world was damaged as well. A surge of magnificent power and the suppression of his little world instantly covered the leopard man's body. However, before they could even sense anything, a male with golden hair and golden eyes appeared next to them. Rumble, but this is good. I don't have to lure them out one by one. Zhao Feng snickered coldly and reached out with one hand. One had to know that a little world started from the domain of a king and became stronger step by step until it became a little world. Who knew how much time and effort it took? A non-human man with dragon horns on his head and green scales on his skin said. He was dressed in luxurious clothes. A while later, two bewitching females with powerful auras revealed bloodthirsty smiles. One of the females from the Eaglemen race had a pair of black wings on her back, and she instantly charged into the sky. The leopard man was just about to escape from Zhao Feng's little world when Zhao Feng blocked his path. A rumbling sound suddenly approached them, and the three groups immediately went on alert. Powerful sacred lightning physical force and the power of wind lightning were released through the sky-destroying sacred lightning palm and seeped into the little world system. Come with me and take a look. With Zhao Feng's soul, mastery of the Tao of the soul and his eye bloodline, it was extremely easy for him to use the soul-searching technique. What? His sole intent. The leopard man looked at Zhao Feng, and besides boundless fear, there was also hatred in his eyes. They were both peerless geniuses that had come with the fifth serpent sun. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm, world-destroying palm. Could it be the two geniuses that came with the fifth serpent sun sparring here? One of the non-human emperors with slightly stronger soul intent managed to send out a message before falling into Zhao Feng's illusion. "Sacred Lord," Anyo ordered. At that instant, even Zhao Feng's little world couldn't sense the bat-winged male. The memories of that prodigy from the leopard human race had all the information he needed. When the two troops of foreign races got close to the lush forest, a mighty intent immediately sealed off the space. Zhao Feng's left eye turned into a purple and gold maze world, and everyone's soul intent silently fell into an illusion. They lost control of their bodies and senses. When the bat-winged male saw what happened to the leopard man, he chose to self-destruct. Go and take a look. A bloodline concealment technique. The two non-human patrol leaders felt that something was wrong, but they weren't sure, so they led two groups of people over to confirm the situation. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. The bat-winged male's figure appeared in Zhao Feng's vision. Zhao Feng's expression was calm. "I miscalculated. Arg. Maybe I can kill some more." Bang, bang, bang. Then a giant crimson claw of light descended from the sky, surrounded by crimson lightning and wind, and grabbed the transformed leopard man. Zhao Feng's soul intent killed the leopard man's soul, and his head was put into the misty spatial world by Zhao Feng. But this was not enough to satisfy Zhao Feng after going through so much trouble to come here. The other female snakeman, with a sexy figure, turned into a streak of azure light and chased after the black streak of light. The effect of using the forbidden illusion Lost World on several hundred non-humans at the same time was much weaker. How is this possible? Zhao Feng was afraid that the bat-winged male's self-destruction would affect his little world, so he put it away. 5 one-star captains and 3 two-star captains led 5,000 elites and charged out. "There's a situation. Follow me," Zhao Feng murmured. Understood. A powerful surge of eye intent locked the leopardman's soul in the air. The next instant, how is this possible? My little world. The bait was successful. However, the 5th serpent son of the serpent men race had brought 4 quasi-sacred lords and many unrivaled emperors. The 3 groups felt a powerful, magnificent power lock down the nearby space, and a suffocating pressure made them unable to move. A peak emperor near Meng City roared as he looked into the distance. "We have enough intel. Bat, Shadow, escape." "Who? You want to run?" Zhao Feng suddenly released a faint aura. There was only one sacred lord in Meng City, and his strength was comparable to sacred Lord Dark Shadow. The bat-winged male's heart jumped, and his body started to tremble. "Who?" Zhao Feng's intent moved. Zhao Feng's figure flashed and appeared on the other side of the little world. His mission had been completed, and he had killed 2 non-human prodigies and 2 groups of non-humans. Zhao Feng waved his left hand, and countless blades of wind cut off the heads of all the non-humans. An emperor leader suddenly released a surge of magnificent power before falling into Zhao Feng's illusion. Furthermore, the soul intent of this leopard man was slightly weaker than the bat-winged male, which was why Zhao Feng searched his soul. In the center of the palace stood a huge and bloated old man of the alien race. He was the guardian of Meng City, Saint Anyo. Wind, lightning, eye flame. Hidden in the void, the bat-winged man, who did not have any aura, suddenly felt a mental energy lock onto him. All the patrolling groups outside of Meng City started to move closer. The bat-winged male felt as if more than half of his little world was destroyed, and the purple little world around him started to crumble. At the same time, the remaining power of a palm landed on the bat-winged male. What happened? How is this possible, human? Wang, at the same time, limitless power of lightning descended from Zhao Feng's little world and struck the bat-winged male. Roar! At this moment, 60,000 miles away from Meng City, Zhao Feng was hiding in a dense forest. Whoosh! Although this palm wasn't as strong as the one he used against sacred Lord Dark Shadow, It was enough to deal with a quasi-sacred lord, non-human prodigy. Zhao Feng's palm landed directly on the bat-winged male's little world. Forbidden illusion, lost world. When using divine sense, experts at the same cultivation and those who specialized in sensing would be able to sense it. He knew that begging for mercy was useless against humans. Zhao Feng's left eye was the nemesis of such concealment techniques. After his left eye turned golden, nothing could hide from him. According to Zhao Feng's understanding, killing non-humans wasn't the only way to obtain war points. For example, Zhao Feng could obtain war points just by gathering information. Boom! A gigantic golden-red palm silhouette flickered with boundless lightning as it pushed forward, destroying everything in its path. The bloodline within the leopardman's body started to burn, and his body suddenly became bigger. Golden fur grew out from his body, and he turned into a monster with the body of a leopard. A powerful and fierce physical force was released. Chapter 10:27. There's a remnant soul aura here. The first group to arrive where Zhao Feng was hiding was the patrolling group outside of Meng City. A large number of soldiers surrounded the forest. The leaders of these groups were at most normal emperors, so it was impossible for them to find Zhao Feng with their divine senses. Zhao Feng jumped out of the forest and flashed with scarlet golden lightning. His body suddenly became bigger, and he was like a scorching metal mountain of lightning that suppressed everything. Most of the several thousand soldiers were only at the origin core realm. It was impossible for them to block Zhao Feng's lightning. The black mass of non-human soldiers instantly fell to the ground. The other non-humans felt as if they were stuck in a swamp, and even their breathing was restricted. However, Zhao Feng didn't purposely target these small fries. His target was the leaders of the patrolling group. Not good, an unrivaled emperor. No, a quasi-sacred lord. The leader of the non-human peak emperors was stunned. Even normal quasi-sacred lords wouldn't be able to suppress almost 1,000 origin core realms and void god realm kings. All the non-humans immediately used their techniques to block Zhao Feng's intent and physical force. Retreat. Those below the emperor level retreat. There's a quasi-sacred lord approaching Meng City. In a flash, all the members worked together to resist Zhao Feng's magnificent intent and physical force pressure as they retreated. The origin core realm non-humans that had been killed by Zhao Feng or the kings that had fainted were also left behind. At this critical moment, they couldn't even protect their own lives, so they didn't have the time to worry about others. Meow meow. At this moment, the little thieving cat came out of the misty spatial world and picked up all the interspatial dimensions of the non-humans that had been killed by Zhao Feng. Kill. Zhao Feng's expression was cold. There were still 5,000 elite soldiers, 8 captains, and 2 quasi-sacred lord geniuses behind the patrolling group. He had to use his time wisely. Zhao Feng used the lightning wings flying technique to travel through heaven and earth. He came and went without a trace, and none of the non-humans present were able to catch a single trace of Zhao Feng. Bang! An ordinary great emperor's body exploded, and his head and interspatial storage were taken away by Zhao Feng. Xiu! On the other side, a blade of wind and lightning cut off the head of a peak-tier king. In addition, the other weaker outsiders who were close to Zhao Feng were all crushed to death by Zhao Feng's physical strength. There was no need for Zhao Feng to do anything at all. The little thieving cat continued to roam around, picking up the spoils of war that Zhao Feng had missed. Boom, boom, when Zhao Feng killed the 6th leader, an enraged roar resounded through the air. Human thief, how audacious of you to actually dare to come here alone. A 2-star commander was the first to rush over. All the origin core realms and normal kings behind him had left long ago. Those that remained were at least peak-tier kings. Humph. Zhao Feng snorted coldly. He did not place a 2-star commander in his eyes at all. Zhao Feng's figure disappeared once more, and the next instant he appeared in front of the leading Peak Emperor. The expression of this non-human emperor panicked, and he instantly released his little world and many defensive techniques. Bam! Zhao Feng shattered his little world with a single palm, destroying everything in its path. The non-human emperor's body was torn to pieces. No, that's the battle power of a sacred lord. The 2-star commander who was about to rush out immediately stopped in his tracks. Even quasi-sacred lords wouldn't be able to kill peak emperors so easily and destroy their little world. At this moment, the other 7 commanders and several hundred non-humans at or above the peak tier king level arrived. Stop him! A 2-star commander immediately roared. Boom! The 8 commanders and several hundred non-humans at or above the peak tier king level attacked. Only those at or above the peak tier king level could guarantee that they wouldn't be instantly killed by the human in front of them. The other non-humans that returned would tell the upper echelon of Meng City that Sacred Lord Anyo, who was guarding Meng City, would personally take action. Form the array. The 8 commander-level figures moved and formed several strange hand seals. Then, a blue defensive formation was formed. All the non-humans hid behind the array and started to attack Zhao Feng. Come at me. Zhao Feng's expression didn't change. Who? A pair of scarlet wings of lightning spread behind Zhao Feng's back, and a surge of fire of wind, lightning true, Yuan appeared. Boom! Boom! Zhao Feng turned into a bolt of scarlet lightning and charged toward the non-human army. If he didn't cultivate a body-strengthening technique like the Golden Quinn Sacred Lightning Body, Zhao Feng wouldn't take such a risk. Furthermore, now that Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body had reached the 6th level, he was immune to almost all physical attacks below the sacred lord realm. Rumble. However, these multicolored attacks were shattered by the terrifying physical force of the sacred lightning before they could even land on Zhao Feng. A small number of the stronger attacks didn't even leave a mark on Zhao Feng's body. Not good! This person has cultivated a profound body-strengthening technique. Our attacks aren't able to injure him at all. A 2-star commander hiding behind the blue defensive formation exclaimed in shock. Break! Zhao Feng charged toward the blue defensive array and punched out with his fire of wind lightning and his sacred lightning physical force. Bam! Crack! The defensive array set up by the 8 peak emperors instantly shattered, and a powerful physical force charged toward the non-human army. All the experts behind the array spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. Shock was written all over the non-humans' faces. Human, your opponent is me. A black streak of light appeared in the sky. It was the prodigy of the Eaglemen race. Whoosh! The Eagleman female immediately attacked, and a pitch-black streak of light shot down. A pair of giant black claws emitted a sharp aura as if they were peerless swords. Humph! Zhao Feng didn't back off. He threw out a punch and unleashed his sacred lightning body with all his might. Boom! The black streak of light was instantly knocked back a few li, but Zhao Feng didn't move an inch. This human's battle prowess is so strong. The Eagleman female revealed a fearful expression. Her legs were still numb from the impact. The Eaglemen race specialized in killing with a single blow, and their attacks were extremely explosive. However, she wasn't able to injure this human at all. She had never suffered such a loss against someone of the same cultivation. Let's attack together. At this moment, a seductive voice sounded as a Naga female appeared in the sky. The Naga female looked at Zhao Feng with a solemn expression. She could tell how terrifying Zhao Feng's strength was from the exchange between the Eagleman female and Zhao Feng. Hee, aren't the non-humans bullying you with numbers? Whoosh! The wings on Zhao Feng's back glowed brightly as they pushed his speed to another level. Zhao Feng charged toward the captains that were about to run away and threw the 2 quasi-sacred lords to the side. Bam! A 1-star captain was instantly killed by Zhao Feng. Human bastard, your opponent is us. The 2 quasi-sacred lords roared in anger. They didn't think that Zhao Feng wouldn't care about them at all and would just kill the captains. Being the top geniuses of the Dark Moon Lord dynasty, they couldn't tolerate Zhao Feng's actions. Whoosh! The two of them immediately took action and chased after Zhao Feng. Damn it, what is this human's goal? The Eagleman female's expression was filled with hatred, but there was nothing she could do. Although they specialized in speed, they couldn't catch up to Zhao Feng at all. They could only watch as Zhao Feng slaughtered the other non-humans. There's such a prodigy amongst the humans. The Naga female felt extremely helpless. She was full of confidence before coming to the battlefield and was prepared to show off her skills. However, she didn't expect that the first enemy she met would make her feel so frustrated. Boom! A strong surge of intent exploded from Meng City. Heaven and earth instantly darkened as a black figure charged over in a frenzy. Close to 30 captains and tens of thousands of soldiers moved out. At this instant, the color of the wind changed and heaven and earth shook. A horrifying and ferocious demonic aura rushed over from afar, shaking the heavens and earth. Sacred Lord Anyo and all the captains are here. The snake woman was stunned for a moment. A human had come to a non-human city and started a casual slaughter, causing the entire city to move out. Tens of thousands of experts, emperors, quasi-sacred lords, and even the sacred lords guarding the city had personally come out. Was this human crazy? Let's stop here for today. Zhao Feng snapped the neck of a non-human emperor and took away the head and interspatial dimension. This time he was pretty much done. He came to a non-human city alone and killed 2 quasi-sacred lord prodigies, several captains, and countless soldiers. Zhao Feng was too lazy to even count them. Now that all the forces of Meng City had moved out, Zhao Feng obviously couldn't stay there. Meow meow. The little thieving cat instantly entered the misty spatial world. Who? Zhao Feng waved his left arm, and his figure disappeared with a flash of dark silver light. The next instant, Sacred Lord Anyo and the Serpent Sun arrived. That's a treasure that can move through space. Sacred Lord Anyo had a deep gaze. No wonder this person was so bold as to come alone. He had such a treasure. The 5th Serpent Sun said, "Reporting to General, 6 captains, 13 emperors, and 34 peak-tier kings have died." Wang Shua. A layer of silver appeared in the air, and Zhao Feng's figure appeared outside Moon Dragon City. "Captain Zhao Feng has returned." A patrolling guard said, respectfully. Zhao Feng didn't bother with him and flew toward the 9th Prince's hall. "Zhao Feng, you're back." The 9th Prince immediately asked. He wasn't worried that Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to return. He was just curious as to why Zhao Feng had returned so quickly. Had the non-humans discovered him? However, this couldn't be blamed on Zhao Feng. After all, Zhao Feng wasn't a professional scout. I've already investigated the overall strength of Meng City. There's only one person with the battle power of a sacred lord, but he's quite strong. As for the other quasi-sacred lords, Zhao Feng told the 9th Prince about the overall strength of Meng City. The 9th Prince's expression turned to surprise. He didn't expect Zhao Feng to give him such a detailed report. It was as if he had just taken a stroll around Meng City. "If that's the case, then we need to gather the captains and come up with a strategy." Olding immediately said, the overall strength of Meng City was much stronger than Moon Dragon City, and Zhao Feng had already revealed his strength. They wouldn't be able to win like they did in the last battle. No, gather all the soldiers and attack at full force. Zhao Feng's eyes were deep as he said, "Why?" The 9th Prince and Olding looked at Zhao Feng at the same time. Their chances of winning weren't high in the first place, and there was no point in attacking rashly. Shua. Zhao Feng waved his left hand, and several dozen non-human heads appeared in the air. These are all emperor heads, and there are even 2 quasi-sacred lords among them. Zhao Feng said, because he had killed them alone, there weren't many witnesses, so Zhao Feng had to take their heads and record them in order to prove that he had done so. The ninth prince was speechless, and his face was filled with shock. Who had ever seen a scout kill a large number of the enemy's main force when he went out to gather information? Everyone else was very careful and didn't even dare to get too close. They patiently waited for an opportunity and slowly gathered information. However, in just a few short days, Zhao Feng managed to gather the perfect information and kill a large number of local members, including 2 quasi-sacred lords. The ninth prince couldn't imagine what Zhao Feng had done. "Your Highness, attack the city." Old Ying's eyes shook as he immediately spoke. Chapter 10:28. "Your Highness, let's attack the city." Old Ying's eyes shook as he spoke. Firstly, Zhao Feng had killed so many of the upper echelon members of Meng City. Moon Dragon City had a big advantage in terms of military strength. Secondly, Zhao Feng slaughtered a large number of people in Meng City before leaving. This would affect the morale of Meng City. Lastly, Meng City was heavily injured. If they didn't attack now and gave them enough time to gather their forces, they wouldn't have another chance like this in the future. Old Ying immediately told the ninth prince what he was thinking. Okay. The ninth prince soon understood the reasoning behind this. This was indeed the best time to attack the city. "Everyone, attack Meng City!" The ninth prince roared. The patrolling guards outside the hall heard this and immediately spread the ninth prince's order across the city. In just a short while, all the soldiers had gathered outside Moondragon City. "Let's go!" The ninth prince pointed his ancient green sword of lightning forward. Boom! Tens of thousands of soldiers instantly flew into the air and crushed forward. Apart from the true spirit realm and origin core realm experts that were guarding Moondragon City, all the soldiers moved out. After the last battle, the ninth prince had gained the trust of all the soldiers. Adding on the strength that Zhao Feng displayed, these soldiers were extremely confident and didn't hesitate. "Ninth prince, are we being too rash?" A 3-star commander probed from the side. Although they had Zhao Feng, Tai Hongling, and other strong battle power, and weren't scared of normal sacred lords, they didn't know the situation of Meng City's forces yet. Attacking rashly went against common sense. Zhao Feng has already gathered all the information about Meng City. The ninth prince said directly and didn't explain much. The 3-star captain's expression paused as he looked at Zhao Feng not far away. He had heard about Zhao Feng being a scout, but from the ninth prince's words, it seemed like Zhao Feng had indeed gathered a lot of information. He originally thought that Zhao Feng was only strong in terms of battle power. He didn't expect Zhao Feng to be so good at gathering information as well. He was able to relax after hearing the ninth prince's words. If we can take down another city. The 3-star commander could not wait any longer. After taking over a city, all the soldiers under the general's command would receive war points based on their cultivation. For example, sacred lords would receive 20,000 war points, and quasi-sacred lords would receive 6,000. On the contrary, if they lost the city, these battle merits would be deducted. Therefore, if an ordinary soldier was lucky enough to follow a wise leader into battle, even if he didn't kill the enemy and only did odd jobs, his achievements in attacking a city would be enough for him to exchange for a large amount of resources. Next to Zhao Feng, Tai Hongling asked, "Zhao Feng, what's the situation in Meng City?" Their overall strength is about the same as Moondragon City back then. Zhao Feng made a simple analogy. How is this possible? Tai Hongling did not believe it. They had breached the Moondragon City. Didn't the alien race realize what was going on? Didn't they know to reinforce their forces in Meng City? However, when they arrived at Meng City, they realized that it was already an empty city. Not a soul in sight. Where are the outsiders? What's going on? Why isn't there a single one of them? Could it be a trap? Many captains and soldiers exclaimed. This kind of situation had never happened since the 2 Lord dynasties started fighting. All the captains and soldiers didn't know what was going on. Tai Hongling's mouth dropped open as she looked at Zhao Feng. What's going on? She believed that this wasn't the case when Zhao Feng came to gather information, or else Zhao Feng wouldn't have said that Meng City's forces were slightly weaker than Moon Dragon City's. However, why did all the non-humans retreat after Zhao Feng came to gather information? Zhao Feng paused for a moment. He indeed didn't expect this to happen. He originally thought that Meng City would choose to defend and wait for reinforcements. From the looks of it, we acted too quickly and the non-humans retreated, Olding said. However, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. If they fought with Meng City and forced them to retreat, they would lose at least 60% of the non-human soldiers in Meng City. Now that all the non-humans in Meng City had retreated, there were no losses. Most importantly, they would definitely attack again. At that time, the Ninth Prince would be forced into a passive situation. From the looks of it, this non-human general was someone who thought deeply. Some captains also realized this after the initial shock. If they took over Meng City now, they would soon face an even stronger non-human force. However, the choice to take over Meng City wasn't in their hands. Take over, the Ninth Prince announced. There was no way out now, and the war points were right in front of them. All they needed to do was take over the city. However, in terms of war points, Zhao Feng had the most. After taking over Meng City, the Ninth Prince's forces quickly took control of it and started to make arrangements. All the soldiers were filled with excitement and joy. This time, the Ninth Prince's forces took over a city. It was like they didn't do anything at all, and everyone would receive war points. Within the Ninth Prince's hall, Zhao Feng, you've done a lot of work this time, the Ninth Prince said calmly. Firstly, the information he obtained was very detailed, and according to the rules, he would be rewarded with top-tier war points. Secondly, Zhao Feng killed 2 quasi-sacred lord prodigies, dozens of emperors and peak-tier kings by himself. This would give him a lot of war points as well. Furthermore, because of Zhao Feng's actions, the non-humans of Meng City had retreated. This meant that Zhao Feng had taken over Meng City by himself. I can only report this to the main hall of Lan Province and let them decide your war points. The Ninth Prince didn't dare to judge Zhao Feng's performance. However, the non-humans that have retreated from Meng City might attack at any moment. So I will report this to them later. The Ninth Prince said, Olding, tell the array masters in the group to quickly build a defensive array. The Ninth Prince ordered. Only they and some captains knew that the non-humans could attack in a short amount of time. Brother Zhao, we might need to use your beast horde when the time comes. The Ninth Prince said in a solemn tone. This was one of the reasons why the Ninth Prince dared to take over Meng City and fight against the stronger non-humans. The battle power of Zhao Feng's beast horde was extremely strong, and there were many at the emperor level or higher. The cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly could even affect sacred lords and sacred lords. However, what the Ninth Prince didn't know was that Zhao Feng's cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly had already fallen into a deep sleep in a mountain range 300,000 miles away from Meng City. Sacred Lord Anyo, are we just going to give Meng City to that shameless human? The black-winged female from the Eaglemen race was filled with hatred and unwillingness. If we just give it to them like this, what are we even doing here? The fifth serpent son had a cold expression. He didn't expect to meet something like this on his first expedition. The fifth serpent son was extremely angry and wanted to take back Meng City. Reinforcements will arrive soon, and Meng City will still be ours. This time, let's kill the human with the spatial treasure first. Sacred Lord Anyo looked into the distance with a calm expression. When Zhao Feng used the spatial treasure to leave, he had already asked for reinforcements. However, the human's movements were too fast. After thinking about it, Sacred Lord Anyo decided to retreat for now and slaughter the humans in his strongest state. Who will come to reinforce us? The female genius from the Snake Men race couldn't help but be curious. Meng City had lost 2 quasi-sacred Lord Geniuses and many emperors, but they hadn't lost many low-level forces. Adding on the fact that the journey was long, only the strongest battle power would arrive this time. There might be a huge battle next. Zhao Feng murmured within the misty spatial world. Since sacred Lord Anyo had retreated, they wouldn't attack again without reinforcements. At the very least, they would gain a sacred lord or several quasi-sacred Lord Emperors. I'll try to complete the little world of illusions before the battle starts. After saying that, Zhao Feng entered the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng sat on the ground and released the little world of illusions. Wang Shua. Everything within 100 yards was covered in a layer of purple mist. There was a limitless maze inside, and there were all sorts of buildings within the maze. For example, palaces, inns, heavens, legacy cities, mermaid palaces, and more. Zhao Feng had seen most of these buildings before. The little world of illusions was different from the little world of wind lightning. Zhao Feng had used the little world of wind lightning as a reference, but the little world of illusions couldn't be replicated, so it could only absorb the ancient aura. Zhao Feng circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and split several thousand thoughts into every part of the little world of illusions as he started to perfect it. Several dozen days passed. A scout immediately came in from the 9th Prince's Hall. Report, the non-humans are attacking. The expressions of Old Ing, the 9th Prince, and some other captains changed dramatically. I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Old Ing had a grim expression. Everyone move out. The 9th Prince announced before saying to the scout, Go and tell Captain Zhao Feng. 100,000 miles away from Meng City, the non-human army was like an enraged horde of beasts, and they charged over with a violent aura. 3 figures were leading the army. One of them was the 5th Serpent Son, and the other was sacred Lord Anyo. In the middle was a gigantic outsider with an elephant body and a human body. He exuded a terrifying aura that transcended everything. Wherever he passed, wind and rain howled, snow and lightning flashed, and countless strange phenomena appeared in the world. It was a shocking sight. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms, I didn't expect you to come personally. Sacred Lord Anyo had a respectful expression. You're all too useless. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms had a cold expression as he spoke. The expressions of Sacred Lord Anyo and the 5th Serpent Son became grim, but they didn't retort. I was too careless. I didn't expect that human genius to have a spatial treasure. Furthermore, that human prodigy seems to have a unique eye bloodline. Sacred Lord Anyo said with a smile, All eye bloodlines are derived from the 8 great god eyes. What's the point of his eye bloodline in front of me? A weird light appeared in Sacred Lord Myriad Form's calm eyes as a rainbow-colored rune extended from them. A layer of rainbow-colored mystic light, sacred power surrounded his body, and the terrifying power of laws and undulations of aura made Sacred Lord Anyo's heart shake. This is the power of Myriad Forms from the eyes of Myriad Forms. Chapter 10:29. The instant this rainbow-colored mystic light, sacred power, appeared around Sacred Lord Myriad Forms, all the Yuan Qi in heaven and earth was sucked away. The 2 non-human prodigies behind Sacred Lord Myriad Forms felt this unstoppable power of heaven and earth. Their bloodlines and true Yuan became extremely suppressed, and heaven and earth became extremely unfamiliar. Apparently, even some early-stage Sacred Lords can't do anything to Sacred Lord Myriad Forms, even though he's only at the initial stages of the mystic light realm. The Eagleman female messaged, I feel that his aura isn't at the initial stages of the mystic light realm. The eyes of the Snakeman female became grim. This time, I'll let the humans know how strong the humans are. That human prodigy will die for sure. The Eagleman female had a deadly gaze. The human prodigy she was talking about was obviously Zhao Feng. We're here. Sacred Lord Anyo revealed a deadly smile as he looked forward. The Yao instantly stopped in their tracks. At this moment, the Ninth Prince's forces had all gathered outside Meng City. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms raised his head slightly and looked forward with his rainbow-colored eyes. Who? Wind started to move in the sky above Meng City, and lightning started to flash. A terrifying power of nature suppressed all the humans within Meng City. He is. A 3-star captain looked at Sacred Lord Myriad Forms with a solemn expression. He can affect everything in heaven and earth with just one gaze. Could he be the owner of the Eyes of Myriad Forms? The other commander was horrified. The non-humans, led by the owner of the Eyes of Myriad Forms, were the strongest non-human army on the battlefield in Lan Province. Lan Province and the Imperials had sent out 2 extremely strong sacred lords, many array masters, and beast tamers to defend the city against a sacred lord who had the inheritance of a god eye. However, they never would have thought that the owner of the Eyes of Myriad Forms would come here. Eyes of Myriad Forms! Old Ying's expression was extremely ugly. I didn't expect Sacred Lord Myriad Forms to come as reinforcements. The Ninth Prince paused for a moment and felt slightly regretful. Even the ancient sacred lords that had lived for several dozen thousand years weren't Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' match. He even heard that early-stage mystic light realm non-humans had lost to Sacred Lord Myriad Forms before. A heavy mountain-like pressure enveloped everyone. Even Tai Hongling had a grim expression and didn't say anything. At this time, in the ancient dream world, Zhao Feng sat cross-legged in the center of an endless dark purple maze, surrounded by purple mist. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and the wind and thunder rumbled. If the small world of illusions is successfully created, its power might be comparable to the small world of wind and thunder. Zhao Feng said softly, although the little world of wind lightning had copied the power of the thunderstorms in the ancient dream realm, it was still not enough. However, the Illusion City Small World's foundation source was a divine crystal and an unknown high-grade dark inkstone, while the Wind Lightning Small World's foundation source was Zhao Feng's crystal core space. The difference between the two was self-evident. Just a little more and we'll be done. Zhao Feng felt slightly regretful because he had already sensed the abnormalities in the outside world. The outsiders might have already attacked. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's figure appeared in the misty spatial world. 2 sky-shaking golden apes had become quasi-sacred lords. Zhao Feng's expression became joyful as he sensed something. Although Zhao Feng didn't know what the situation was like outside, he had a bad feeling. These quasi-sacred Lord Sky shaking golden apes could be put to use. Zhao Feng left the misty spatial world and appeared outside his room. Captain Zhao Feng! The expression of the scout outside Zhao Feng's room changed, and he was just about to say something. Whoosh! 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 True Yuan surged as Zhao Feng flew out of the city walls. Zhao Feng, you're here! The Ninth Prince's expression finally relaxed a little. Even if the non-humans sent Sacred Lord Myriad Forms, he still had a sliver of hope, and the source of that hope was obviously Zhao Feng. The other captains, including Old Ying, Tai Hongling, and Emperor Ghost Scales, instantly looked at Zhao Feng. Firstly, Zhao Feng was the strongest amongst them. If he couldn't even stop the Eyes of Myriad Forms, then they had no hope at all. Furthermore, apart from the Eyes of Myriad Forms, there was also Sacred Lord Anyo, the 5th serpent son of the Serpent Men race, and 2 other non-human prodigies. This was going to be a tough battle. However, the Ninth Prince had already sent out a message for help. As long as they could defend the city, there was still hope. Zhao Feng's faint golden left eye inspected Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. When he saw the pair of rainbow-colored eyes, Zhao Feng understood. A descendant of a god eye, Zhao Feng, he's Sacred Lord Myriad Forms of the non-humans, an inheritor of the Eyes of Myriad Forms. Although he's only at the early stages of the mystic light realm, his battle power isn't any weaker than an early-stage mystic light realm. Olding message Zhao Feng. Early-stage mystic light realm? Zhao Feng shook his head. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms wasn't as simple as he seemed. However, he didn't expect that his opponent this time would be one of the descendants of the 8 great god eyes. The only one that Zhao Feng had truly fought with was the Eye of Death. He had only come into contact with the Eye of Destiny and the Eye of Samsara. The Eyes of Myriad Forms have absolute control over the laws of heaven and earth. Information about the Eyes of Myriad Forms appeared in Zhao Feng's memories. Sacred Lord Anyo's eyes moved slightly as he looked at Zhao Feng. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms is the human that just arrived. He has a secret treasure that allows him to travel through space and has a unique eye bloodline. Sacred Lord Anyo warned with ill intentions. Oh, this is the person that came to the city you're guarding, killed some people, and then escaped safely? Sacred Lord Myriad Form's eyes immediately locked onto Zhao Feng. The expressions of Sacred Lord Anyo, the 5th Serpent Son, and company became grim, but they didn't say anything because that was the undeniable truth. Who? Zhao Feng and Sacred Lord Myriad Forms looked at each other. Zhao Feng felt an invisible pressure of heaven and earth suddenly sweep over him. It was as if the entire world was opposing him. Pung! Pung! Sacred Lord Myriad Form's eyes started to twitch. This human's eye bloodline seems to be very unique. Surprise appeared in Sacred Lord Myriad Form's eyes. This was the second time that another eye bloodline had been able to make his eyes of Myriad Forms shake. However, no matter how unique it wasn't one of the 8 great god eyes. It was just an incomplete eye bloodline. How could it be compared to his eyes of Myriad Forms? Humans, you actually dare to take over Meng City? Sacred Lord Anyo had an arrogant expression and a mocking smile. This is the territory of the great Zhou Imperials. The 9th Prince's aura was slightly weaker, but he still spoke. The human race will disappear from this world soon. Where will the great Zhou Imperials come from? The 5th Serpent Son had mocking expressions. Ignorant humans. I'll show you the terrifying power of the myriad forms of heaven and earth. A ripple of energy flashed through Sacred Lord Myriad Form's eyes. Snow started to fall across the world, and countless streams of cold water started to flow on the ground. In just a few breaths' time, everything within a few dozen thousand miles of Meng City became a world of ice, and the temperature was still dropping. The sky became dark, and it was impossible to see clearly. The non-humans seemed to be prepared for this. Every soldier had a secret treasure or talisman on them. Zhao Feng's eyes moved slightly. The change in the weather didn't affect him, but it affected normal kings and soldiers below the Void God realm. In an instant, the 9th Prince's low-tier forces were at an unprecedented disadvantage. Some small origin core realm experts found it hard to even resist the ice and snow. All the captains prepared to circulate their intents and change the world of ice and snow. Not good. The power of intent can't enter the dimension. The heart of a 2-star captain shook. Normal emperors could change the weather, but it was extremely difficult for their intents to enter the heaven and earth that had been changed by the eyes of myriad forms. This meant that the laws of heaven and earth that they controlled were extremely weak. Little worlds that didn't belong to the water element couldn't even merge into this dimension. Everything in heaven and earth is controlled by the eyes of myriad forms. The eyes of myriad forms' voice was cold as it flew out. Heaven and earth seemed to be his little world. Sacred Lord Myriad Form's figure flashed through the world of ice and snow as he approached Meng City. The non-human army instantly passed through the world of ice and snow and closed in on Meng City. Activate the defensive array and defend. The 9th Prince roared. We can't let Sacred Lord Myriad Forms get close to the city. Zhao Feng leapt out. If Sacred Lord Myriad Forms was allowed to get close to the city, the defensive array of Meng City would probably be destroyed in an instant. At the same time, Olding, Tai Hongling, and the other captains all charged out. "I'll deal with Sacred Lord Myriad Forms." Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. No one here was Sacred Lord Myriad Forms match. Furthermore, Zhao Feng was extremely interested in the descendants of the 8 great god eyes. Who? Zhao Feng waved his left hand, and a large horde of beasts appeared in heaven and earth. These were the beasts that had accompanied Zhao Feng in the Crown Prince trial. After this period of training, their overall strength had increased, and many of them had become emperors. Now that the 9th Prince's forces had been affected by the world of ice, their strength was greatly reduced. If it wasn't for Zhao Feng's beast horde, they probably wouldn't have been able to last for the time it took to make tea. Beast horde! The captains and soldiers felt slightly safer when they saw Zhao Feng release a large horde of beasts. That's right, there's also you guys. Zhao Feng's misty, spatial world bracer flashed once more. Boom! Boom! 2 large golden figures descended from heaven and earth like metallic mountains. The golden fur of the 2 sky-shaking golden apes stood on end like steel needles, emitting an ancient aura from ancient beasts. The captains and martial monarchs on Meng City's side felt a terrifying pressure that came out of nowhere, causing their bloodlines to tremble uneasily. The sky-shaking golden apes have reached the level of a quasi-sacred lord. The 9th Prince was overjoyed. Zhao Feng had strengthened the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races, and since they contained ancient genes, their battle power was extremely strong. The 2 sky-shaking golden apes could stall the 2 non-human, quasi-sacred lord prodigies, or work together with Tai Hongling to stall Sacred Lord Anyo. You think you can fight against the power of nature with just you? Sacred Lord Myriad Forms roared, and a surge of rainbow-colored, mystic light, sacred power exploded. The instant the rainbow-colored mystic light, sacred power appeared, heaven and earth shook, and a blizzard swept across heaven and earth like a tsunami. All the experts of Meng City felt the intent of ice, and the blood and true yuan of those with lower cultivations almost froze. Even Void God Realm Emperors seemed minuscule in front of this terrifying power of nature. This is the early stages of the mystic light realm. Many captains on the human side exclaimed in shock. Chapter 1030. This is the early stages of the mystic light realm. Many captains on the human side exclaimed in shock. He's at the early stages of the mystic light realm. Olding exclaimed. Many captains felt as if their hearts had been struck, and their bodies started to tremble. Zhao Feng! Tai Hongling looked at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had just said that he was going to deal with Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. But could Zhao Feng really deal with an early-stage god-eye descendant? However, Tai Hongling realized that Zhao Feng wasn't surprised at all. It was as if he knew Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' true strength from the start. As I thought, Zhao Feng thought in his heart. When Zhao Feng saw Sacred Lord Myriad Forms, he could feel that his mystic light, sacred power, and soul intent had surpassed the initial stages of the mystic light realm. Therefore, apart from Zhao Feng, no one else even had the chance to fight against Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. The eyes of Myriad Forms was a physical power, and since Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body had broken through to the 6th level, he should be able to resist it. This was why Zhao Feng dared to fight against the eyes of Myriad Forms. Sacred Lord Anyo, the 5th Serpent Son, and the other captains and emperors were stunned as well. It was obvious that even the humans didn't know that Sacred Lord Myriad Forms had broken through to the early stages of the mystic light realm. When did Sacred Lord Myriad Forms break through to the early stages of the mystic light realm? Sacred Lord Anyo was extremely excited. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms was already unrivaled among early-stage Sacred Lords when he was at the initial stages of the Mystic Light realm, and he was able to fight back against early-stage Sacred Lords. Now that Sacred Lord Myriad Forms had broken through to the early stages of the Mystic Light realm, how strong was his battle power now? As expected of a god-eye descendant, the female prodigy from the Eagle Men race revealed an admiring expression. Look, that human prodigy is charging toward Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. He's courting death. The female snakeman had a mocking expression as she looked at Zhao Feng with disdain. The instant Zhao Feng flew out, he immediately circulated his sacred lightning body. Complex and ancient scarlet golden symbols of lightning lit up on his body, and his body instantly became taller. Limitless lightning from his physical body caused all the snow and ice nearby to disappear. Do you really think you can stop me? Sacred Lord Myriad Forms looked down at Zhao Feng with calm eyes. An invisible force of nature surrounded Zhao Feng. A layer of ice appeared on Zhao Feng's body, and everything around him froze. I want to defeat you even more. The fighting spirit in Zhao Feng's eyes was boiling. Kacha! All the ice around Zhao Feng shattered, and a wave of lightning energy spread out. Haha, ignorant human! Sacred Lord Myriad Forms laughed loudly. When the physical force of lightning that Zhao Feng suddenly released reached Sacred Lord Myriad Forms, countless snowflakes instantly gathered in front of him and formed a wall of ice. Boom! The instant the wall of ice appeared, Zhao Feng's figure charged over and unleashed his sacred lightning body and fire of wind lightning. Bam! The wall of ice in front of Sacred Lord Myriad Forms shattered, but a bright layer of wind lightning appeared on Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' body. It was like an armor of wind lightning that blocked all of Zhao Feng's attack and pressure. You won't be able to harm me at all, but I can kill you right now. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms, who was covered in an armor of ice, stared at Zhao Feng. Spear of extreme ice. Shwa! A rainbow-colored whirlpool appeared in front of Sacred Lord Myriad Forms and instantly absorbed the power of nature, releasing a power of ice that could freeze everything. Whoosh! 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 Countless spears of ice that were as white as snow shot out from the whirlpool. Wherever the spears of ice passed, all the snow and air was frozen. However, the spears of extreme ice were able to pass through the ice without being affected at all. What a strong power of ice! At this instant, the circulation of Zhao Feng's bloodline and true yuan became extremely slow. Even his movements were restricted. Water of wind lightning, ice, imperial spear. Zhao Feng suddenly circulated the hidden ice-water bloodline within his body and the water of wind, lightning, true yuan in his crystal core dimension. A layer of ice-blue liquid covered Zhao Feng's body and formed a dark blue armor of ice. The ripples of lightning on this armor were ever-changing, and when combined with the sacred lightning body, his resistance against the power of ice instantly increased. This brat also has an ice-water bloodline. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' eyebrows furrowed. When he fought with Zhao Feng, he realized that Zhao Feng specialized in the laws of wind, lightning, and fire. This meant that Zhao Feng had a certain resistance against these three elements, which was why Sacred Lord Myriad Forms chose to use the power of ice. However, he didn't expect Zhao Feng to have an ice-water bloodline and true yuan that contained the laws of water. Sacred lightning dominating fist. Zhao Feng raised his sacred lightning body's resistance against the power of ice to the maximum. He circulated his sacred lightning body and punched out toward the countless spears of ice. Boom! A surge of extreme coldness exploded. This is... Zhao Feng quickly retreated. Although the spear of extreme ice had been destroyed by him, the power of extreme ice that erupted from it still possessed terrifying might. The dark blue armor on Zhao Feng's body instantly froze, and a surge of extreme coldness invaded his sacred, lightning body. Ice-water transformation. Zhao Feng circulated the water of wind lightning and the ice-water bloodline, and the frozen dark blue armor slowly absorbed the power of ice and turned into a layer of water armor. Human, quasi-sacred lord, it's already not bad that you were able to take one move from me. You can die in peace now. Hatred appeared in sacred Lord Myriad Form's eyes. None of the quasi-sacred lord prodigies of the human race were able to block this move. Zhao Feng's strength made sacred Lord Myriad Form's killing intent even stronger. A bunch of bullshit. Zhao Feng's eyes became deep, and a strong surge of intent appeared from his left eye. A large amount of soul power from his lightning soul body entered his left eye. Wind lightning eye flame. A terrifying surge of eye bloodline flames appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye. Purple light spun around it, and dark patterns of God tribulation lightning appeared. Boom! A ball of transparent, dark lightning fire with the aura of God tribulation lightning exploded in sacred Lord Myriad Form's head. Zhao Feng's wind lightning eye flame was a pure soul attack, and it mainly used the power of God tribulation lightning because he knew that it was hard for physical attacks to harm sacred Lord Myriad Forms. Sia! Sacred Lord Myriad Forms screamed. He didn't expect Zhao Feng to suddenly use a soul eye bloodline technique, and the power of God tribulation lightning within it damaged his soul to a certain degree. You brat! Sacred Lord Myriad Form's expression became grim. He was injured by Zhao Feng due to his carelessness. This was something he couldn't accept. It's not very effective. Zhao Feng's heart dropped. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms had broken through to the early stages of the mystic light realm. With his talent and his god eye, his soul intent wasn't weak. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Feng's soul attack contained the power of God tribulation lightning, Sacred Lord Myriad Forms wouldn't have been able to harm him at all. Not good. Zhao Feng felt a dangerous aura. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng used the lightning wings flying technique and instantly flew into the distance. Where do you think you're going, human bastard? Sacred Lord Myriad Forms roared, and all the power of nature in heaven and earth started to move. So strong, he can affect everything in heaven and earth with just one thought. Zhao Feng's speed was instantly slowed down by the power of Myriad Forms, and his speed was only 70% of normal. Behind him, Sacred Lord Myriad Forms charged toward Zhao Feng with the help of the power of nature. After Sacred Lord Myriad Forms left, the captains and soldiers below let out a breath as they felt the temperature of heaven and earth rise slightly. Even the non-humans that were prepared weren't able to block this cold power. This human brat was able to injure Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. Sacred Lord Anyo was surprised. Boom! A giant golden figure charged toward Sacred Lord Anyo. The terrifying, desolate bloodline aura made Sacred Lord Anyo's expression become solemn, and he sent out a surge of dark gray sacred power. Blood flame exploding slash. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the other side, Tai Hungling slashed out a blood-colored crescent that charged toward Sacred Lord Anyo. That brat isn't dead yet. The female prodigy from the Eaglemen race revealed a surprised expression. The strength that Sacred Lord Myriad Forms displayed shocked her, and she didn't even dare to fight against him. However, a human, quasi-sacred Lord Prodigy was able to fight against Sacred Lord Myriad Forms, and even lure him away. Zhao Feng has lured Sacred Lord Myriad Forms away. Olding understood what Zhao Feng was trying to do. Fighting with Sacred Lord Myriad Forms close to the battlefield would put the 9th Prince's forces at a disadvantage. However, could Zhao Feng stop Sacred Lord Myriad Forms? Whoosh! Zhao Feng passed through the power of cold with difficulty. The power of the eyes of myriad forms is too strong. Zhao Feng sighed as he flew at full speed. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms could summon the power of nature with just a wave of his hand. If Zhao Feng didn't lure it away, it probably wouldn't take long for the cold power of nature to kill all the soldiers on the human side. Humph, the entire world is my power. You won't be able to run. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms snickered coldly and waved his hand. Whoosh! A rainbow-colored mystic light, sacred power, instantly shot toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng used the ability of his god's spiritual eye to predict the attack and dodge it. However, the rainbow-colored mystic light, sacred power that brushed past Zhao Feng suddenly turned green, and a vine several yards thick grew from it. Countless smaller vines appeared from the giant vine and wrapped around Zhao Feng. This is the power of myriad forms. Zhao Feng's expression turned to surprise. Apparently, the power of myriad forms from the eyes of myriad forms could instantly turn into any power of nature. Not good. It's still sucking away my life force. Zhao Feng circulated his sacred lightning body, but he realized that he was unable to break free from the powerful intent of wood. Furthermore, the vine could suck away his life force and weaken Zhao Feng's power. Wood of wind lightning. Zhao Feng summoned the power of wind lightning from the crystal core dimension once more. A faint green ripple of wood lightning instantly appeared around Zhao Feng's body and started to heal Zhao Feng's injuries. Zhao Feng merged the power of the wood of wind lightning into the vines. The element of lightning within the wood of wind lightning could numb the vines. Boom! Zhao Feng broke free from the vines which had weakened his strength. Intent of wood. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' eyebrows furrowed. He was a descendant of the Myriad Forms god eye, so he could control the power of nature. However, this brat in front of him could control so many elements. Was he trying to fight for control over nature? Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' eyes focused, and the wood elemental power that Zhao Feng had destroyed instantly turned into a sea of flames that surrounded Zhao Feng. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms unleashed another surge of myriad forms, sacred power. The rainbow-colored mystic light, sacred power, turned dark yellow and turned into a layer of dark yellow dust that spread through the air. Zhao Feng, who was surrounded by the sea of flames, instantly felt a pressure that was as heavy as Mount Tai. However, apart from gravity, there was also a strong resistance that made Zhao Feng feel as if he was buried underground. Every time he moved, he would need to expend a lot of energy to break free from the intent of earth. Furthermore, fire gave birth to earth, and the heat from the flames could also increase the power of the dark yellow dust, increasing the power of gravity and restrictions. Chapter 1031. The intent of earth was stronger than the intent of wood in terms of binding. On the other hand, Sacred Lord Myriad Form's intent of earth was extremely pure and powerful. Adding on the fact that he was at the early stages of the mystic light realm and had the intent of fire, it was extremely difficult for Zhao Feng to even move his body. However, if it was a normal, quasi-sacred lord, they would have been completely buried by the intent of earth contained within the dark yellow dust. Zhao Feng had to rely on the 6th level of the sacred lightning body in order to withstand the pressure of the intent of earth. The intent of earth can only be found in the next level of the 5 elemental wind lightning technique. Zhao Feng didn't specialize in the intent of earth, so he was instantly suppressed by the eyes of myriad forms. How are you going to escape this time? Sacred Lord Myriad Forms still had a superior attitude as he looked down at Zhao Feng. Sharp metal swords. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms waved his hand, and a rainbow-colored mystic light, sacred power, instantly turned into a bright gold color. It then turned into several thousand sharp metal swords that stabbed toward Zhao Feng. Not good. I'll be finished if I'm hit. Zhao Feng felt a sense of danger that he had never felt before. His sacred lightning body had reached the 6th level, and he could, at most, block the attacks of beginning-stage Mystic Light Realm. On the other hand, Sacred Lord Myriad Forms had reached the early stages of the Mystic Light Realm, and the intent of metal he released was extremely pure. Its power could even reach the late stages of the Mystic Light Realm. The attack of a late-stage Mystic Light Realm could instantly turn Zhao Feng into dust. Meow meow. At this moment, the little thieving cat came out of the misty spatial world with a metal shovel, but it was also restricted by the intent of Earth. A cat? Sacred Lord Myriad Forms exclaimed. He didn't know why Zhao Feng released a cat at this time, but this cat couldn't escape his intent of Earth. So what could it do? Meow meow. The little thieving cat revealed a disdainful look as it looked at Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. Dong! The little thieving cat moved the metal shovel with difficulty. The dark yellow dust around Zhao Feng instantly started to tremble. An intent of Earth loosened. The pressure on Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat instantly decreased. Wah wah! The little thieving cat could move slightly this time, so it waved its shovel and dug a few times before jumping into the misty spatial world. Kacha! The dark yellow dust floating in the air immediately began to tremble. What? That shovel! Sacred Lord Myriad Forms was stunned. He didn't expect that the ordinary shovel in the cat's hand could disintegrate the dark yellow dust and affect the power of the Earth Power Upanishad. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Zhao Feng circulated his sacred lightning body at full force and used the fire of wind, lightning, to break free. The dark yellow dust around him scattered. Xiao, xiao, xiao! At this moment, the thousands of sharp golden swords were already stabbing towards him. Thunder Shield! Zhao Feng didn't say anything. He circulated his holy lightning body's defensive combat skill and used the Ice Imperial Spear to defend. Ding! The sharp golden sword struck the protective thunder shield and instantly cut through it. What a powerful, penetrating power! Zhao Feng let out a startled sigh. This was indeed worthy of being an attack of metal profundity. It was pure and powerful, bringing out the properties of the metal element to the extreme. Rumble! Boom! Zhao Feng's protective thunder shield shattered, and a powerful shockwave shot out. However, in the next instant, lightning flashed within the golden sword. An intent of lightning appeared and ignored the majority of the shockwave. I can change the element of my attacks, as I please under the control of the eyes of Myriad Forms. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms snickered coldly. The countless golden swords were once again stopped by the Ice Imperial Spear after piercing through the protective thunder shield. As expected, the golden swords instantly pierced through the Ice Imperial armor and were about to stab toward Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body. Water of ice. The water armor around Zhao Feng instantly turned into ice and radiated a cold power as it prepared to slow down the golden swords. However, just as Zhao Feng expected, the intent of ice and water appeared within the golden swords and ignored the Ice Imperial armor as it stabbed toward Zhao Feng. Little world of wind lightning. At this moment of danger, a desolate storm of lightning spread from behind Zhao Feng and completely covered Zhao Feng, forming a black ball. Ding! Ding! Bam! Countless golden swords slammed into the defense of Zhao Feng's little world. Zhao Feng used all his strength to control his little world of wind lightning and managed to dodge this attack. Zhao Feng was still scared. If it wasn't for the fact that the protective thunder shield and the Ice Imperial armor weakened the power of the golden swords, even his little world of wind lightning might not have been able to block it. The intent of metal wasn't as strong as the intent of fire, but its piercing power was extremely strong, and its slicing power was even stronger than the intent of wind. What a condensed little world! Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' eyes paused. With Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' control over nature, he could instantly tell that Zhao Feng's little world of wind lightning wasn't simple. A normal little world wouldn't be able to block his intent of metal. Then let me turn your little world into a beehive." Sacred Lord Myriad Forms snickered coldly as he waved his hand once more, and a surge of myriad forms, sacred power appeared in heaven and earth. Storm of golden swords. Whoosh! Whoosh! Golden light flashed across heaven and earth as countless golden swords surrounded heaven and earth. It was as if a world of golden swords had been created. These golden swords were extremely sharp and could ignore all obstacles as they spun in heaven and earth. Whoosh! 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 All of the golden swords pointed toward Zhao Feng and stabbed toward him. This. Zhao Feng's eyes widened as he looked around heaven and earth. The little world of wind, lightning, definitely wouldn't be able to block such a terrifying intent of metal, and it would even deal destructive damage to the little world. However, Zhao Feng's intent of wind, lightning, water, fire, and other elements were all useless against sacred Lord Myriad Forms attacks. This was the same as sacred Lord Myriad Forms, not using the elements of wind, lightning, water, or fire to attack Zhao Feng. This was because Zhao Feng had a certain amount of resistance against these intents. Maybe I can do this. Zhao Feng felt the world of golden swords and thought back to when Zhao Feng used the light of dispersion to dissolve the purple mist on the 9th floor of the Purple Star Tower. Zhao Feng immediately put away the little world of wind lightning. Wang, a golden ripple shot out from Zhao Feng's left eye. This golden ripple came from the mysterious golden ball, and it didn't contain any elemental power. This golden ripple was controlled by Zhao Feng, and it spun in the air and formed a faint golden barrier that covered Zhao Feng. Intent of light? Sacred Lord Myriad Forms paused as his eyes focused. However, his eyes of myriad forms didn't react to it. This meant that the golden ripple released by Zhao Feng's left eye didn't contain the intent of light. However, there was another possibility. His eyes of myriad forms couldn't control this light. You think you can block my storm of golden swords with just this? Sacred Lord Myriad Forms couldn't help but snicker. The golden ripple released by Zhao Feng didn't contain any elemental power or true yuan undulations. What could it do? This still isn't enough. Zhao Feng's eyes were filled with determination. With his decomposition ability, it would take some time for him to analyze things. The light of dispersion wouldn't even be able to disintegrate the golden swords before Zhao Feng would be pierced into nothing. Zhao Feng immediately started to burn his true yuan and blood as he circulated his sacred lightning body to the maximum. A desolate physical force instantly radiated from him. The sacred lightning physical body was a life force that wasn't controlled by the eyes of myriad forms. Furthermore, ever since Zhao Feng recultivated, he had absorbed a large amount of aura from the ancient dream realm and eaten countless fruits from the ancient dream realm. Therefore, the full power of his sacred lightning body was extremely strong. Whoosh! The countless golden swords in heaven and earth were about to stab into Zhao Feng's body when they were slowed down by this desolate physical force. It was at this instant that the light of dispersion started to analyze the swords. The intent of pure metal. Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile. Although the particles of the golden swords were extremely dense, they were extremely pure, and their structure was the same. Zhao Feng realized that the purer an item was, the easier it was for him to disintegrate it. The faint golden barrier around Zhao Feng's body instantly spread. The golden ripple caused all the golden swords to disappear wherever it passed. Heaven and earth returned to normal in an instant. What? The eyes of myriad forms exclaimed. He originally believed that Zhao Feng was doomed to die from this move. Furthermore, he controlled all the intents in heaven and earth, so it was impossible for Zhao Feng to use a spatial treasure. However, in that instant, the massive metal elemental attack that he had unleashed vanished into thin air just like that. He couldn't understand it. No, the element of metal is still in heaven and earth. Sacred Lord Myriad Form's eyes focused. He could feel that the element of metal still existed in heaven and earth, but it was extremely difficult for the eyes of myriad forms to control it. Sacred Lord Myriad Form's expression was extremely grim. The 5 elements, including wind, lightning, and ice, were all dealt with by Zhao Feng. "I've finally found a way to counter his power." Zhao Feng let out a breath. As long as it was a pure elemental power, Zhao Feng would be able to disintegrate it easily. However, Zhao Feng expended the light of dispersion and his eye bloodline power when he used the decomposition ability. On the other hand, the amount of energy that Sacred Lord Myriad Forms used was extremely small. Even if the energy was used up, Sacred Lord Myriad Forms would be able to easily control the power of nature with his understanding of heaven and earth. "Human, you asked for this." The lines in Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' eyes suddenly started to spin. At that instant, heaven and earth seemed to tremble as countless elements moved through the air. It was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. Myriad Forms dimension. Whoosh! A rainbow-colored barrier of light appeared around Zhao Feng and Sacred Lord Myriad Forms and slowly trapped the two within. Not good. The dimension contained within the eyes of myriad forms. The origin power of the eyes of myriad forms. Zhao Feng was stunned. Zhao Feng had a deep understanding of the 8 great god eyes. Any god eye or their descendants' eyes contained an origin dimension. For example, the eye of death's dimension of death, the eye of samsara of death, and Zhao Feng's god eyes, unknown ancient dream realm. Each dimension had different abilities, but the samsara of death, the dimension of death, and the ancient dream realm were all support abilities. However, the myriad forms dimension of the eyes of myriad forms was automatically released. This meant that the myriad forms dimension was an offensive dimension. The myriad forms dimension is like my little world, but it can easily merge into heaven and earth. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms floated in the myriad forms dimension and looked at Zhao Feng as if he was looking at a dead person. This is the myriad forms dimension. Zhao Feng's heart jumped as he looked around this rainbow-colored dimension. This meant that Sacred Lord Myriad Forms didn't even need to create a little world. As long as he awakened the origin power of the eyes of myriad forms, he would be able to use this little world. Furthermore, because the laws of the little worlds of sacred lords were too strong, they weren't able to merge into the dimension of the continent zone. However, the myriad forms dimension was an exception. It used the power of nature and could merge into almost any dimension. Chapter 1032. The humans and non-humans fought fiercely in front of Meng City. After Sacred Lord Myriad Forms left, the power of ice started to slowly decrease. The 9th Prince's side, which was using the defensive array to defend the city, started to slowly turn the tides. Although they didn't have the upper hand, they were able to stabilize the situation. This female from the Tai family is so strong. Sacred Lord Anyo was secretly surprised. He was at a disadvantage after being held back by the 2 sky-shaking golden apes and Tai Hongling. The sky-shaking golden apes could block Sacred Lord Anyo's sacred power, and Tai Hongling could sneak attack Sacred Lord Anyo when an opportunity presented itself. But the Blood Devil Sun bloodline can't last long. This female from the Tai family won't be able to last long. Sacred Lord Anyo laughed coldly. Without Tai Hongling, he could still take care of the 2 sky-shaking golden apes. Furthermore, he didn't need to fight with his full power. As long as Sacred Lord Myriad Forms returned, everything would be over. However, at the same time, Sacred Lord Anyo was also surprised that Sacred Lord Myriad Forms hadn't finished off the human prodigy yet. My bloodline power is decreasing. Tai Hongling also knew that she wouldn't be able to last long. Sacred Lord Anyo was very strong in every aspect, and he could attack and defend at the same time. Once her bloodline power was used up, she would lose. Scarlet Jade Glass Body. Tai Hongling's aura rose as her glass body suddenly released a red light. It was as if she was being reborn, and a surge of physical power appeared. The ice and snow in heaven and earth were instantly melted, and a surge of heat spread in every direction. The scarlet jade glass body was a perfect body-strengthening technique that was compatible with the Blood Devil Sun bloodline. It could unleash the characteristics of the Blood Devil Sun bloodline to the maximum. Bam! Tai Hongling was like a scarlet jade fire phoenix as she leapt towards sacred Lord Anyo. The two sky-shaking golden apes next to her also circulated their ancient bloodline power. Humph! The great Gone Crown Prince is only SOSO. The fifth serpent sun held his green water scimitar and clashed with the ninth prince. The frigid weather amplified his bloodline power and battle prowess to a certain extent. Serpent transformation. The fifth serpent sun's entire body was covered in a layer of azure mist. He suddenly turned into a huge azure serpent dragon. His entire body was surrounded by icy water as he pounced at the ninth prince. Humph! The blessing of the dragon's luck! The ninth prince immediately circulated his draconic providence and turned it into draconic providence. He held the ancient sword of azure lightning and charged at the fifth serpent sun. As for the other two alien geniuses, they were entangled with some of Zhao Feng's demonic beasts. With Zhao Feng's resources, the Wind Wolf King of the Wind Wolf Packs' strength rapidly increased. Now, it was able to lead a few powerful wind wolves to fight with the Eagle Men Woman. On the other hand, Zhao Feng's black-striped scorpions and red-headed ice snakes were completely unaffected by the frigid air. In fact, they were able to display even greater combat power, which was why they were able to stabilize the situation on the lower levels of the battlefield. But all of a sudden, the surrounding snowy land turned chaotic as a terrifying 10,000 elephant force surged in all directions. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, occasionally spitting out a fire snake or lightning. The earth trembled, the soil cracked, and water flowed ceaselessly. In some places, countless towering trees suddenly sprouted. Could sacred Lord Myriad Forms have used his Myriad Forms dimension? Sacred Lord Anyo, who was being pushed back by Tai Hongling and the sky-shaking golden ape, exclaimed. Being a human, he had heard of this phenomenon before. When the Myriad Forms dimension appeared, the Myriad Forms origin power that leaked out had the power to change heaven and earth. Zhao Feng, you have to hold on. Old Ing said in his heart. The shockwaves from sacred Lord Myriad Forms battle were able to cause such a change in heaven and earth. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying power Zhao Feng had to face when fighting sacred Lord Myriad Forms. At this moment in the Myriad Forms dimension, a rainbow-colored sacred light flowed around it. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms is probably even stronger in the Myriad Forms dimension. Zhao Feng's heart became solemn. He felt as if everything around him was rejecting him. Zhao Feng wasn't even able to control the normal heaven, earth, Yuan Qi. Little world of wind, lightning. A desolate storm of lightning spread from Zhao Feng's back and smashed against the rainbow-colored barrier in an attempt to fight against the Myriad Forms dimension and break through it. Humph! How can the little world of a measly quasi-sacred Lord be compared to the origin dimension of the eyes of Myriad Forms? Sacred Lord Myriad Forms felt that Zhao Feng's actions were laughable. However, he had to admit that Zhao Feng's little world was indeed very strong. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm, great world destruction palm. Zhao Feng circulated his fire of wind lightning and sacred lightning physical force and condensed them on his right palm. He obviously didn't think that his little world of wind lightning would be able to break through the Myriad Forms dimension. However, at this moment, Zhao Feng was within the Myriad Forms dimension, so the power of his sky-destroying sacred lightning palm should be even stronger. However, he was still doubtful that he could affect the Myriad Forms dimension. Boom! Zhao Feng's palm pressed down, and the power of his little world of wind, lightning, also focused on the attack below. Boom! 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 Zhao Feng's giant, scarlet golden palm of lightning merged into the myriad forms dimension and unleashed its strongest power. However, the myriad forms dimension didn't change much. Zhao Feng's palm seemed to sink into the ocean and disappear without a trace. However, Sacred Lord Myriad Forms suddenly exclaimed, "SIU brat!" Traces of blood appeared in Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' eyes. So that's how it is. Destroying the Myriad Forms dimension is the same as damaging the eyes of Myriad Forms. Zhao Feng understood. Die. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms was enraged. He originally thought that Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to do anything in the Myriad Forms dimension, but Zhao Feng's palm just now had actually injured his eyes of Myriad Forms to a certain degree. Boom! As Sacred Lord Myriad Forms became enraged, the Myriad Forms dimension started to circulate, and an ultimate intent that couldn't be defied spread. All sorts of intents within the Myriad Forms dimension turned into different forms and attacked Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng felt as if the entire heaven and earth was his enemy. Every inch of space contained extremely pure intent. Let my Myriad Forms dimension devour the elemental power within your body. Greed flashed through Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' eyes. Zhao Feng controlled many elemental powers, and the level of his comprehension wasn't low either. His eyes of Myriad Forms should improve after the Myriad Forms dimension devoured Zhao Feng. So strong! Even a late-stage mystic light realm might not be Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' match within the Myriad Forms dimension. Zhao Feng's heart trembled. As expected, every descendant of a god I had extraordinary power. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms, who was only at the early stages of the mystic light realm, had the strength of a late-stage mystic light realm. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying power a true god I would have. On the other hand, Zhao Feng was still a quasi-sacred lord and could use the power of his left eye, which hadn't awakened yet, to slay initial-stage mystic light realm cultivators and fight against early-stage mystic light realm cultivators. All in all, Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye seemed to be even stronger than the eyes of Myriad Forms. Would a fully awakened god spiritual eye be comparable to the 8 great god eyes? Zhao Feng couldn't help but yearn. However, if he wanted to witness all of this, he couldn't die. Facing Sacred Lord Myriad Forms, who was a late-stage mystic light realm cultivator, Zhao Feng's strength was a bit too much. If that's the case, then let's test its power. Zhao Feng revealed a faint smile. Humph, you can only smile now. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms' expression was green as he waved his hand, and the Myriad Forms dimension released even more power and condensed all kinds of pure intent attacks. Zhao Feng's sudden smile gave him a weird feeling, so Sacred Lord Myriad Forms didn't hold back at all. He circulated the Myriad Forms dimension and released a terrifying attack that could threaten late-stage mystic light realm cultivators. Shwa! A dark silver bow and a bright golden arrow suddenly appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. Just as the Myriad Forms dimension's attack was about to engulf Zhao Feng immediately poured his true yuan into the bright golden arrow. Wang whoosh! A terrifying gold-colored divine light radiated from the arrow, and the image of a 100-yard-long arrow started to spread. The intent attacks around Zhao Feng were instantly destroyed, and even the Myriad Forms dimension was affected. Such terrifying metal elemental power, no! It also contains a wisp of divine power that surpasses the mystic light realm. God! Lord Myriad Forms' eyes once more felt pain. He wouldn't be scared if it was just normal metal elemental power, but the metal elemental power radiating from the arrow in Zhao Feng's hand was too terrifying. His eyes of Myriad Forms wasn't enough to control it. Zhao Feng immediately knocked the arrow onto the sky-locking bow and pulled back the bowstring. This bright golden arrow was a slightly weaker arrow that Zhao Feng had created in the Heaven's Legacy City based on the god-slaying arrow. Although it was a bit hard to use it with Zhao Feng's current strength, it wouldn't be like last time when he used the god-slaying arrow. The image of the arrow around the bright, golden arrow became even more condensed the moment the bowstring was pulled back and limitless laws and intents appeared on it. At this instant, the metallic weapons in the hands of the millions of soldiers in Meng City started to tremble. Could it be the god-slaying arrow? Sacred Lord Myriad Form's heart jumped as a strong sense of uneasiness and danger spread through his body. This brat actually has such a terrifying treasure. Sacred Lord Myriad Form's eyes focused, and the Myriad Form's dimension instantly disappeared. Whoosh! A surge of the intent of wind, lightning appeared around Sacred Lord Myriad Forms and pushed his speed to the limit. This feeling I've been locked onto. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms felt a terrifying power cover his mind. At this moment, he remembered that the ancient bow in Zhao Feng's hand seemed to be the sky-locking bow. Whoosh! A golden arrow seemed to pierce through heaven and earth as it shot towards Sacred Lord Myriad Forms with a terrifying metal elemental storm. Don't! Sacred Lord Myriad Form's eyes suddenly spun as he ran. At this instant, all the power of heaven and earth gathered toward the golden arrow and turned into a sea of flames in an attempt to weaken its power. Although fire countered metal, the effect of this sea of flames was extremely weak in front of absolute power. The golden arrow instantly pierced through the sea of flames and arrived behind Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. Myriad Forms dimension. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms felt a piercing pain throughout his body. He revealed a decisive expression as he gritted his teeth and released the Myriad Forms dimension. The rainbow-colored Myriad Forms dimension instantly turned scarlet red and turned into a ball of fire. The Myriad Forms dimension had turned into a pure fire elemental attack, and its terrifying heat surpassed Zhao Feng's perfect blood, devil sun bloodline, and fire of wind, lightning by several times. Intent of yin and yang. 2 streams of blood flowed out of Sacred Lord Myriad Form's eyes. He circulated his eyes of Myriad Forms to the maximum, and 2 balls of light, 1 black and 1 white, shot out from the center of the eyes of Myriad Forms and blocked Sacred Lord Myriad Form's back. Boom! A terrifying storm of destruction suddenly appeared in heaven and earth as it devoured heaven and earth. In the distance, Zhao Feng's expression was slightly tired, and his left eye glowed with a golden light. I didn't expect Sacred Lord Myriad Forms to still have a hidden card. Zhao Feng's god spiritual, I naturally saw the black and white intent of yin and yang. Chapter 1033. At the edge of the storm, there was a non-human being whose entire body had been transformed into metal. Only a small part of his body remained. The power of metal slowly faded away, revealing Sacred Lord Myriad Form's face. It doesn't seem to be a true god-slaying arrow, or else my soul would have been destroyed already. Sacred Lord Myriad Form's eyes were extremely dim, and his aura was extremely weak. I will definitely take revenge for this. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms gritted his teeth. He had never been so heavily injured before, and he was injured by a human, quasi-sacred lord. Furthermore, Sacred Lord Myriad Forms had just broken through to the early stages of the mystic light realm not long ago and hadn't consolidated his strength yet. He believed that Zhao Feng wouldn't have such a treasure again. The laws of wind lightning surrounded him as Sacred Lord Myriad Forms quickly flew into the air and disappeared into the sky. Zhao Feng's left eye naturally saw Sacred Lord Myriad Forms escape, but he was also heavily injured at this moment. However, at this moment he was heavily injured, and he had used up too much true yuan. He might not even be able to catch up to Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. The power of the substandard god-slaying arrow isn't bad. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Although it wasn't able to kill Sacred Lord Myriad Forms, who was at the early stages of the mystic light realm a normal late-stage mystic light realm sacred lord would only have a 10% chance of surviving. This was mainly because the eyes of myriad forms controlled a lot of physical power, and it could both attack and defend. The raging sea of fire and the fiery myriad forms dimension had indeed reduced a lot of the substandard god-slaying arrow's power. There was also the last intent of yin and yang, which was the highest level of the power of myriad forms. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms had probably just learned how to use it. Zhao Feng immediately ate some 100 origin fruit juice and other healing resources. At the same time, Zhao Feng circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and the soul recovery divine technique to recover his soul. Although the eyes of myriad forms targeted the physical world, the attacks of sacred lords could pierce through the physical world and affect the soul. This meant that every time Zhao Feng took sacred Lord Myriad Form's attack, his soul would be injured as well. On the battlefield outside of Meng City, the foreign tribes and the humans who were fighting each other were stunned. They stared at the destructive storm in the distance, their hearts filled with shock, unable to calm down. In that instant, the terrifying ultimacy of energy caused the entire battlefield to turn dark. Many low-realm warriors directly vomited blood and fainted. What happened there? Olding was dazed as he looked into the distance. "Brother Zhao, please be safe." The 9th prince prayed in his heart. Although the explosion in the distance was extremely terrifying, he still held onto a trace of hope. "Zhao Feng, you can't die." Tai Hongling was worried. She had already stopped using the power of her bloodline, and her battle prowess had plummeted. However, Sacred Lord Anyo was also severely injured by her and the 2 sky-shaking golden apes. "Senior Zhao." The eyes of the Ji clan's 3rd disciple could not help but become misty. On the way to the battlefield, Zhao Feng often gave them pointers. After arriving at the battlefield, he also took care of them from time to time. For this, they were very grateful. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms released such a powerful force? That brat is dead for sure. The injured Sacred Lord Anyo revealed a joyful expression after the shock. Everything would be over once Sacred Lord Myriad Forms arrived. "Humph, your strongest battle power has already died. You've lost." The 5th Serpent Sun had a cold expression. The fact that such a terrifying explosion occurred in the distance and then calmed down meant that the battle was over, and Sacred Lord Myriad Forms was about to arrive. In the 5th Serpent Sun's heart, it was impossible for Sacred Lord Myriad Forms to fail. The humans were much more silent. In their hearts, it was already the best situation for Zhao Feng to stall Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. How could he possibly defeat Sacred Lord Myriad Forms? "Ha ha ha, are you talking about me?" At this moment, laughter sounded from the distance and asked the 5th Serpent Sun what he just said. The entire battlefield instantly shook as millions of gazes looked into the distance. The expressions of the non-humans were filled with fear. Their faces were pale white and they were like wooden chickens. "Why is it you? Where's Sacred Lord Myriad Forms?" The 5th Serpent Sun's body shook as he looked at Zhao Feng in disbelief. How could it be Zhao Feng who had returned to the battlefield? This was impossible. Even Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. Sacred Lord Anyo instantly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms had broken through to the early stages of the mystic light realm, but even he had been defeated. Many non-humans looked into the distance and waited for Sacred Lord Myriad Form's figure to appear. Roar! All of Zhao Feng's beasts roared into the sky when they saw Zhao Feng return. Boom! The human side also erupted into thunderous cheers. Zhao Feng came back alive. No, Zhao Feng actually defeated Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. Captain Zhao Feng! Even though the human soldiers saw Zhao Feng return with their own eyes, they didn't dare to believe that this was real. Senior Zhao, Ji Tianming, and company from the Ji family instantly yelled out. They were filled with indescribable excitement. Hee, immeasurable. Old Ing could only give this evaluation. From the very beginning, he had never seen through Zhao Feng. Push back the non-humans. Zhao Feng had a calm expression as he looked at the non-humans on the battlefield. Although Zhao Feng looked extremely weak right now, they didn't dare to fight against someone who could defeat sacred Lord Myriad Forms, even when he was in a weakened state. The non-humans relied too much on sacred Lord Myriad Forms. Now that they had lost this pillar of support, their hearts started to crumble. A human that can defeat sacred Lord Myriad Forms has to at least have the strength of a late-stage mystic light realm. Sacred Lord Anyo murmured. A heavily injured, late-stage mystic light realm would at least have the strength of an initial-stage mystic light realm. Sacred Lord Anyo didn't dare to make a rash judgment on this Zhao Feng. Retreat. Sacred Lord Anyo immediately gave the order. The mutated humans, who were still in shock, immediately threw away their armors and fled without a care for anything. Your Highness, let's go. Sacred Lord Anyo looked at the fifth serpent son, who, all the non-humans, instantly retreated. Captain Zhao Feng, how did you defeat sacred Lord Myriad Forms? Captain Zhao Feng, come down and heal your injuries. Many human captains and emperors immediately looked at Zhao Feng with warm and respectful gazes. Brother Zhao, are you okay? The ninth prince immediately arrived next to Zhao Feng and didn't bother with the non-humans that were running away. Zhao Feng was definitely heavily injured, since he was able to defeat sacred Lord Myriad Forms. From the perspective of the humans, winning this battle was already an unexpected surprise, so they didn't bother with the non-humans that were running away. Zhao Feng had a grim expression as a mental energy undulation flashed through his left eye. He instantly placed the mark of the god eye on more than a dozen non-human emperors. The next instant, a dark silver bow appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Zhao Feng pulled the bowstring, and a scarlet arrow of lightning shot through the air and pierced through the chest of a non-human emperor. I was delayed by sacred Lord Myriad Forms, and I haven't killed him yet. I need to earn some war points, Zhao Feng said in a low tone. The captains that greeted Zhao Feng were instantly dazed. They all thought that Zhao Feng would only be able to use 20 to 30% of his strength, even if he could fight due to his heavy injuries. But now, Zhao Feng had casually taken the life of a non-human emperor with a single blow. Captain Zhao Feng's courage is truly unparalleled, a captain said after a long time. Ha ha ha, kill the non-humans. The ninth prince roared with laughter. In a flash, under Zhao Feng's provocation, the humans immediately moved out, their momentum ferocious as they pursued the non-humans. That brat still has the ability to fight? Sacred Lord Anyo was stunned. Zhao Feng still took the initiative to attack after defeating sacred Lord Myriad Forms and displayed his battle power. This cast a heavy shadow over the non-humans' hearts. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng pulled the bowstring again and killed another emperor. Zhao Feng was indeed heavily injured during the fight with sacred Lord Myriad Forms, but it wasn't as serious as expected. Furthermore, with the recovery speed of Zhao Feng's 6th-level sacred lightning body, his early-stage indestructible body, and the wood of wind lightning, he would recover very quickly as long as his foundations weren't injured. In terms of the soul, Zhao Feng also cultivated the soul recovery divine technique. Brother Zhao, sacred Lord Myriad Forms. The ninth prince came next to Zhao Feng and messaged him. He ran away. Zhao Feng replied simply. The ninth prince nodded his head after hearing what Zhao Feng said. It would be too unbelievable if sacred Lord Myriad Forms was killed by Zhao Feng. Even if he reported this to the Lan Province War Hall, no one would believe him. Zhao Feng, you earned a lot of war points this time, the ninth prince said with a smile. The ninth prince obviously heard what Zhao Feng said just then. He wanted to earn war points. Firstly, Your beast horde performed very well in the battles between the lower and upper echelons. The war points of the beast tamer's beasts were obviously given to Zhao Feng, the master. Zhao Feng had forgotten about this just now. Secondly, although you didn't kill Sacred Lord Myriad Forms, you forced him away and won the battle. The amount of war points you earned isn't any less than the battle power of killing a Sacred Lord. The ninth prince continued. After all, Sacred Lord Myriad Forms had broken through to the early stages of the mystic light realm, and his battle power was immeasurable. Hearing what the ninth prince said, Zhao Feng paused for a moment. That was more like it. From the looks of it, there were many ways to earn war points on the battlefield. Zhao Feng didn't kill Sacred Lord Myriad Forms, but he was still able to earn war points for killing Sacred Lords. The humans didn't chase for long before returning to the city. After all, the ninth prince's forces were at a disadvantage on this battlefield, and none of them were in a good state. After returning to Meng City, the ninth prince immediately reported everything that had happened to Meng City to the Lan Province War Hall. 3 days later, the reinforcements that the ninth prince had requested arrived at Meng City. Your Highness, Crown Prince, you defeated the non-humans. It was a Sacred Lord from the 13th Prince's city. The situation was dangerous at that time, and no one knew how long it would take for the Lan Province War Hall to send reinforcements. Therefore, the ninth prince could only ask for reinforcements from the human strongholds around Meng City. I was just lucky. The ninth prince smiled faintly and acted as if he was very busy and didn't have the time to talk to this Sacred Lord. The ninth prince didn't send reinforcements to the 13th prince, but the other cities didn't send reinforcements. It was obvious that the 13th prince's forces had blocked the reinforcements. The 13th prince obviously wouldn't send reinforcements to the 9th prince so quickly. As expected of your Highness, Crown Prince, your luck is as good as the heavens. The Sacred Lord flattered, but he was bewildered in his heart. According to the 9th prince's message, the non-humans should have attacked Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. How could the 9th prince defend his city? However, this Sacred Lord didn't ask any more questions. He led the reinforcements back to the 13th prince's stronghold. Chapter 1034. After this battle, Zhao Feng went into seclusion. Zhao Feng had fallen into unprecedented danger during the battle with Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. He felt that all aspects of his body had become stronger under the pressure of danger that he hadn't felt in a long time. Firstly, his soul intent had recovered to its peak. Zhao Feng's soul intent might be able to reach the early stages of the mystic light realm soon. On the other hand, Zhao Feng had a deeper understanding of the elements within the 5 elemental wind lightning technique. Zhao Feng left his residence and headed toward the 9th Prince's Hall after consolidating his foundation. Your Highness, what's the situation with the non-humans? Zhao Feng asked. After defeating Sacred Lord Myriad Forms and successfully taking over Meng City, things wouldn't be as simple as before. Think about it. If even Sacred Lord Myriad Forms failed, the non-humans would definitely do something. Right now, the non-humans have only sent a few more upper echelon members and array masters to the stronghold in front of Meng City. They should be changing their strategy and focusing on defense. The 9th Prince slowly said. During this period of time, he had also sent scouts to scout out the situation. Because of Zhao Feng, the non-humans were extremely afraid of the 9th Prince's army and decided to focus on defense. However, this was to be expected. Zhao Feng had defeated Sacred Lord Myriad Forms, the strongest person in the Lan Province war zone. If the non-humans didn't choose to defend, they would have to send experts on par with Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. That's good. Zhao Feng relaxed slightly, but this was only temporary. The war was still in its early stages, and it wasn't possible for a strong force to appear. However, if the war continued and the 2 dynasties sent out more powerful forces, the city where the 9th Prince would be the first target of the non-human kind in the Lan Province war zone. I've also asked the Lan Province War Hall to send more sacred lords. The ninth prince added, with the ninth prince's recent accomplishments, the army that he led had become a thorn in the side of the non-humans. Once another war broke out, the ninth prince's forces would definitely lose against the foreign races. The Lan Province War Hall had already agreed to the ninth prince's request. Before long, a new sacred lord would join the ninth prince's force. Zhao Feng nodded. If there was a holy lord level combat, strength, joining them, then he could rest assured. Reporting a letter from Duke Nanfeng. A guard's voice came from outside the hall. Come in. The ninth prince immediately said. A guard then handed a letter to the ninth prince. Zhao Feng, it's about you. After the ninth prince finished reading, he handed a piece of paper to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng paused and sent his spiritual sense into the paper. Duke Nanfeng's words immediately sounded in Zhao Feng's mind. The Ocean Smoke Pavilion's forces in the continent are in conflict with 9 Nether Palace. These few words caused Zhao Feng's expression to change immediately. What he had been worried about had happened. Although 9 Nether Palace wouldn't do anything to Zhao Feng since he was the force behind the Crown Prince, 9 Nether Palace could create an excuse to target the Ocean Smoke Pavilion. Your Highness, it looks like I'll have to leave for a while. Zhao Feng immediately said his goodbyes. The Ocean Smoke Pavilion, the 10,000 Sacred Clan, and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight's assassination organization were all things that Zhao Feng had spent a lot of resources on. So he couldn't just leave them be. Go. The ninth prince agreed. Although he didn't want Zhao Feng to leave the army, Zhao Feng had his own personal matters to deal with, so he couldn't force Zhao Feng to stay. Your Highness, this is for you. Zhao Feng handed over a spiritual pet bag. The ninth prince checked it with his spiritual sense and was stunned. This spiritual pet bag contained 2 quasi-sacred Lord Sky shaking golden apes and 2 beast hordes. These beast hordes weren't very useful to Zhao Feng, and he didn't trust the ninth prince. Leave the beast hordes to the beast tamer that your highness trusts, Zhao Feng suggested. The ninth prince could use the sky-shaking golden apes under Zhao Feng's orders, so he treated them as a protective talisman for the ninth prince. Zhao Feng then said goodbye to some familiar people in the army, and he even told some captains to take care of the 3 geniuses of the Ji family and Emperor Ghost Scales. Zhao Feng, I'll go with you. Tai Hongling was full of love. Your grandfather wants you to train on the battlefield. If you leave the battlefield, then go back to the Tai family. Zhao Feng immediately rejected her. On the same day, Zhao Feng left Meng City and headed toward the Lan Province War Hall. I'll exchange my war points first. Zhao Feng's goal was clear. According to Zhao Feng's guesses, his current war points should be very high on the Lan Province War Board rankings. It was also very convenient to exchange war points for resources. For example, the earth elemental treasures that Zhao Feng needed were very hard to find in the markets of the cities, but they could be exchanged at the War Board Exchange Office of the War Hall. Someone sent a message to the 13th Prince's stronghold right after Zhao Feng left Meng City. Zhao Feng has finally left the battlefield. The 13th Prince had a wicked smile. Once he leaves the battlefield, he'll never be able to come back. Shi Peng from 9 Darkness Palace revealed a dark smile next to the 13th Prince. The two looked at each other and felt smug. Your Highness! A guard's voice suddenly sounded outside the 13th Prince's hall. What is it? The 13th Prince's eyebrows furrowed. He was very unhappy that someone had disturbed him at this time. An elder of the Duanmu family and Zhao Yufei are outside asking to see you. The guard outside the hall said, What, Yufei is here? The 13th Prince's expression changed, and he didn't know what to do. The 13th Prince then met with the members of the Duanmu family in a hall. Yufei, are you here to help me? The 13th Prince's gaze landed on the female in purple that he had been thinking about for a long time. They hadn't seen each other for many years, and Zhao Yufei's beauty made the 13th prince's heart move even more. He couldn't move his gaze away. "Your Highness, we're here to talk to you." Duanmu Qing, who was wearing green robes, spoke next to Zhao Yufei. The 13th prince's heart dropped. He knew that Duanmu Qing was Zhao Yufei's senior martial brother, and he was the sacred leader of the Duanmu family who was against the marriage between the 13th prince and Zhao Yufei. "Please speak." The 13th prince had a grim expression. He knew that this would happen after he failed to kill Zhao Feng in the crown prince trial. The hall was dead silent. Duanmu Qing told the 13th prince what Zhao Yufei wanted. "Yufei, I really like you." The 13th prince's body trembled slightly, and he lost his composure. He didn't understand why Zhao Yufei was so loyal to Zhao Feng. He was a prince and had the potential to become the sacred emperor of the great Gan Lord dynasty. How was he inferior to Zhao Feng? "I'm going to find Brother Feng." Zhao Yufei's expression was calm. She didn't even look at the 13th prince. Zhao Yufei only knew everything after she came out of seclusion. If it weren't for Duanmu Qing and the Purple Knight Sacred Lord, she would have broken off her relationship with the Duanmu family a long time ago. The Grand Elder of the Duanmu family allowed Zhao Yufei and Duanmu Qing to talk to the 13th prince under her strong opposition. "Yufei, Zhao Feng just left the battlefield." The 13th prince couldn't help but smile. "Where did he go?" Zhao Yufei immediately asked. "I don't know either." The 13th prince snickered coldly in his heart. "Senior martial brother, let's go." Zhao Yufei immediately got up. "Yufei, are you going to Brother 9th Prince's place?" The 13th prince immediately asked. He didn't say where Zhao Feng went because he didn't want Zhao Yufei to see Zhao Feng. "Yufei, let's stay on the battlefield for now." Duanmu Qing immediately persuaded. The Duanmu family was the 13th prince's faction, so it wasn't good for them to go to the 9th prince's side. "Yufei, Zhao Feng will definitely return to the battlefield. You should use this time to train yourself." The Purple Saint Partial Spirit's voice sounded. After all, the Great Gan Lord dynasty was so big, and it wasn't easy to find someone. In the end, Zhao Yufei stayed in the 9th Prince's city under the persuasion of Duanmu Qing and the Purple Saint Partial Spirit. The 13th Prince's expression changed dramatically after Zhao Yufei and Duanmu Qing left. "Zhao Feng!" The 13th Prince gritted his teeth as anger rose in his heart. He hated himself for not killing Zhao Feng with his own hands in the Divine Illusion Dimension. The 13th Prince didn't expect Zhao Feng to be the biggest obstacle in his path. "Your Highness, Zhao Feng won't be able to return to the battlefield." Xu Peng's cold voice sounded. That's right. If they miss this chance, they won't be able to see each other again." The 13th Prince slowly calmed down. On the other side, Zhao Feng sat on the flaming chariot and headed toward the Lan Province War Hall. Along the way, all kinds of experts and small teams from different forces were shuttling back and forth between the battlefield and the battle temple. In the war between Lord dynasties, any external expert or force could head to some cities to fight and obtain war points as long as they registered with the war hall. However, the shocking aura and speed of Zhao Feng's flaming chariot made many people envious. Suddenly, a giant dragon-winged bird blocked Zhao Feng's path. On the back of the bird were almost 10 fierce-looking people. The magnificent power of 3 emperors instantly surrounded Zhao Feng. Seeing this, some of the nearby people immediately left. It was obvious that they had heard of this group on the strange bird and were extremely afraid. "Brat, I'm interested in your flying tool." A middle-aged, green-furred, middle-aged man said with an arrogant expression. Zhao Feng's expression didn't change as he looked forward. "Brat, what are you daydreaming about? Our boss is talking to you." A peak-tier king saw that Zhao Feng's eyes were dazed and didn't say anything, so he circulated a surge of true yuan and was about to attack. "Sacred lords." Zhao Feng's gaze passed through these people and saw two figures flying over from behind. Zhao Feng had met a sacred lord on the way to the war hall, but he felt that it was weird to meet two sacred lords at once. The two figures suddenly sped up and flew toward Zhao Feng. At this moment, two figures charged over from behind Zhao Feng. Three sacred lords. Zhao Feng realized that the situation wasn't good. A black array flag suddenly appeared in the hands of these people. The 4 black array flags floated in the air. Each of them burned with the power of the ghost Tao, and they gave off ghostly cries that made one's hair stand on end. In an instant, the 4 array flags glittered with a black light and grew to 1,000 yards tall, like 4 pillars that could reach the sky. Everything within 100 miles was covered by a black and blood-colored light, and one could faintly see a barrier of black flames burning around it. Zhao Feng and the dozens of people on the strange bird instantly fell into a terrifying hell of darkness. Chapter 1035. The hearts of the dozens of people on the strange bird went cold when they felt the terrifying qi of Yin Dao, and they immediately circulated their true yuan to defend against it. Several sovereigns and half-step kings tried their best to defend against the wicked qi of Yin, but their bodies went pale white as their flesh started to disappear. Only skeletons were left behind. Sacred Lord, please spare us. The leading middle-aged male immediately knelt down in the air and started to tremble. Sacred Lord, when did we offend you? The other emperors and kings also knelt on the ground and started to beg for mercy. They secretly communicated with each other and analyzed what they had done to make a mystic light realm sacred Lord come personally to deal with them. The strange bird with dragon wings below their feet screeched as the life force within its body started to disappear. The evil death Yin spirit array has been formed. You won't be able to escape even if you have wings. A ghost Tao, sacred lord wearing black armor, said in a grim tone. The dozens of people on the strange bird paused. This ghost Tao, sacred lord, had said. Everyone suddenly thought of something and looked at the golden-haired youth behind them. Sacred Lord, we're here to deal with him as well. The green-haired leader immediately said, Sacred Lord, let us out. We'll help you deal with this brat. The others immediately agreed. The 3 sacred lords and 1 quasi-sacred lord ignored the dozens of people in the 4 corners of the evil death Yin spirit array and stared at Zhao Feng. 9 Darkness Palace sent you. Zhao Feng put away the flaming chariot and stood in the center of the array with a calm expression. He had just received Duke Nanfeng's letter and left Meng City before being ambushed. It was obvious that everything had been planned. 9 Darkness Palace. Upon hearing these 3 words, the people around Zhao Feng felt a chill rise from the soles of their feet, as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. Everyone in the Great Gone Lord dynasty knew how 9 Darkness Palace did things. They couldn't imagine what this youth had done to make 9 Darkness Palace send out 3 sacred lords to kill him. It's useless for someone who's about to die to know more. The other old woman was shrouded in a cold aura. Her face was as pale as white bones, and she looked abnormally gloomy. The evil death Yin spirit array was a ghost Tao killing array created by the upper echelon of the 9 Darkness Palace. If 4 invincible emperors controlled this array, they would have the ability to fight against a sacred lord. Now that they had 3 sacred lords and 1 quasi-sacred lord controlling this array, killing early-stage mystic light realm sacred lords would be easy. Activate the killing formation. The black-armored sacred lord roared. 3 sacred lords and 1 quasi-sacred lord all used a special technique and slammed their palms onto the array flag burning with black flames. Hoo! Within the black and blood-colored space of hell, countless evil ghosts appeared. Their faces were ferocious, and their ghastly pale claws pounced towards all living beings within the killing formation. One of the people on the strange dragon-winged bird was attacked by a Yin fiend. His flesh and blood disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only white bones. At the same time, his soul floated out. Under the influence of the evil death dark spirit formation, it quickly turned into a weak Een ghost. Fourth bro. The green-haired great emperor, who was leading the group, screamed in shock. Even emperors wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of a single Een ghost. There were 600 to 700 of these Een ghosts in the array. It was hard to imagine how many emperors and quasi-sacred lords this array had killed. 1. Without saying anything else, Zhao Feng immediately circulated his sacred lightning body to defend against the Een ghost within the array. So strong, this youth. The green-haired great emperor instantly felt limitless physical pressure, and his true yuan and bloodline almost froze. Only now did he realize how strong the person they were robbing was. Even if those from 9 Darkness Palace didn't come, they would still be taken care of by this youth. All in all, they were dead for sure. Zhao Feng's gaze turned toward the quasi-sacred lord on the right. A strong surge of eye intent appeared from Zhao Feng's left eye. A large amount of soul power from his lightning soul body flowed into his left eye. Wind lightning eye flame. A surge of eye bloodline flames appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye. Purple light spun around it, and dark god tribulation lightning symbols appeared. Boom! A ball of transparent dark lightning fire with the aura of god tribulation lightning landed on the quasi-sacred lord's head. Arg! The quasi-sacred lord cried out in shock. At the same time, the black jade crown on his head released a dark light that blocked Zhao Feng's soul attack. The quasi-sacred lord finally recovered after struggling for a while. How is this possible? Zhao Feng's eyes focused. Even if this quasi-sacred lord had a soul-protecting secret treasure, it wouldn't be able to block his wind lightning eye flame. Ha ha ha, stop wasting your time. This evil death Een spirit array was prepared just for you. The other white-haired, sacred lord laughed sinisterly and released a wave of cold spatial energy. So that's how it is. Zhao Feng seemed to understand as he looked at the quasi-sacred lord. This quasi-sacred lord held an array flag and was surrounded by a layer of black-red flames that connected to the entire array. When Zhao Feng's soul eye bloodline technique landed on this quasi-sacred lord, the array took some of the damage. Adding on the fact that he had a soul-protecting secret treasure, this quasi-sacred lord was able to survive. Furthermore, this evil death Een spirit array also contained the laws of space. In other words, Zhao Feng couldn't use the misty spatial world's ability to travel through space. As expected, 9 Darkness Palace had made ample preparations by sending out these 3 sacred lords to kill them. They were on guard against all of Zhao Feng's moves. Die Zhao Feng! The 4 main experts around the evil death Een spirit array immediately activated the array flags and controlled the Een mist in the center of the array to attack Zhao Feng. If you had kept the god-slaying arrow, you might have been able to live for a while. How foolish! The black-armored male snickered coldly. According to the intelligence gathered on the battlefield, the forces behind the 13th prince determined that Zhao Feng must have used the god-slaying arrow to push back sacred Lord Myriad Forms. One had to know that the main reason Zhao Feng was still alive was because of the god-slaying arrow. Oh, Zhao Feng started to think. Ever since Zhao Feng killed the 9 Darkness demonic lord, 9 Darkness Palace hadn't sent out any sacred lords to deal with him. But now 3 sacred lords and 1 quasi-sacred lord had appeared. They all thought that Zhao Feng's replica god-slaying arrow was the real god-slaying arrow. Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile. Although he still had 2 replica god-slaying arrows, it was too much of a waste to use them against these small fries. Arg! The evil death Een spirit array was fully activated, and the kings and emperors, not far away from Zhao Feng, didn't even struggle for long before becoming nourishment for the array. Physical force, lightning domain. A terrifying surge of physical force lightning shot out from Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body, and everything within several dozen miles was struck by lightning and pressure. Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body had merged some of the power of ancient lightning into it, and accounted the ghosts within the evil death-ean spirit array to a certain extent. Whoosh! Zhao Feng immediately put away the physical force lightning domain to protect himself. This was the best defense. After all, Zhao Feng hadn't completely mastered the physical force lightning domain yet, so it wasn't very powerful. Zhao Feng's left eye locked onto the quasi-sacred Lord once more. Your soul eye bloodline techniques are useless against me. The quasi-sacred Lord immediately roared. Although that was the case, he still circulated his soul intent to defend. He who said I was going to use soul eye bloodline techniques. A cold smile formed on Zhao Feng's face. A weird ripple of eye bloodline power covered where the quasi-sacred Lord was standing. Whoosh! A half-transparent blade that was 20 yards long radiated the aura of God tribulation lightning as it slashed through the body of this quasi-sacred Lord. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The quasi-sacred Lord's body was sliced in half. Then, a dark origin soul emerged from the body that had been cut in half. However, this Black Yuan soul was immediately sucked into the array flag and merged into the evil death-ean spirit array. Void space eye slash. The ripple of eye bloodline power from Zhao Feng's left eye returned to normal. Zhao Feng rarely used the void space eye slash after he had been reborn, so Nine Darkness Palace obviously didn't know that Zhao Feng knew this move. With Zhao Feng's current strength, the Void Space Eye Slash could instantly kill anyone below the Sacred Lord level. However, it was completely useless against Sacred Lords. The sacred bodies of Sacred Lords were the bane of the Void Space Eye Slash, so Zhao Feng rarely used this move. This is... The expressions of the other 3 Sacred Lords controlling the array froze, and their hearts went cold. How does he know spatial eye bloodline techniques as well? The expression of the white-haired Sacred Lord was stunned. Now that one of the 4 people controlling the evil death-ean spirit array had died, the power of the array decreased dramatically, and it started to become unstable. Go! A male radiating the aura of a Sacred Lord appeared next to the black-armored Sacred Lord. His appearance was similar to the black-armored Sacred Lord. Secret technique of clones. The white-haired elder was overjoyed. He didn't expect the black-armored Sacred Lord of Nine Darkness Palace to be so strong. He was only at the initial stages of the mystic light realm, but he had already cultivated a secret technique of clones. As long as the black-armored Sacred Lord's clone took over the position of the quasi-sacred Lord, it would be fine. Furthermore, a Sacred Lord's clone wouldn't need to be scared of Zhao Feng's spatial eye bloodline techniques. Only the black-armored Sacred Lord came from Nine Darkness Palace. The other 3 came from the forces behind the 13th Prince. Zhao Feng's expression paused as his left eye locked onto the empty array flag. Wang Shua. A ripple instantly appeared under the array flag. Whoosh! With a flash of dark silver, the little thieving cat appeared and revealed an evil smile as it grabbed the array flag. What? Zhao Feng's spiritual pet. The white-haired elder exclaimed. Don't! The other Sacred Lord also revealed a fearful expression. Wang, a silver-gray light, entered the array flag. Following this, the entire formation began to rumble as the sinister aura scattered in all directions. The next instant, the little thieving cat waved the array flag and landed on Zhao Feng's shoulder. Damn it, that cat broke the array. The white-haired elder gritted his teeth. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng started to move when the little thieving cat used the array flag to break the array. He immediately flew toward the old granny covered in cold air. Rumble. Wang, the physical force lightning domain around Zhao Feng, instantly spread and suppressed the old granny. Let's go together. The black-armored Sacred Lord messaged the white-haired elder. Although Zhao Feng's performance on the battlefield was extremely shocking and had the ability to kill initial stage Mystic Light realm alone, the 3 Sacred Lords and 1 Sacred Lord clone were definitely able to suppress Zhao Feng. However, 3 Sacred Lords and 1 Sacred Lord clone working together would definitely be able to suppress Zhao Feng. The white-haired elder immediately agreed. The white-haired old man immediately agreed. The white-haired elder immediately agreed. Zhao Feng's expression changed as he circulated his physical force lightning domain to suppress the old granny and thrust out his palm. The old granny circulated a surge of ice sacred power and turned it into an ice lotus that met the attack. Boom! Zhao Feng's scarlet golden palm instantly shattered the ice lotus and landed on the old granny's body. Wah! The old granny flew back dozens of yards and spat out a mouthful of blood as she looked at Zhao Feng in disbelief. So strong! The other 2 Sacred Lords paused and hesitated when they saw this. Chapter 1036. The old granny that was sent flying by Zhao Feng looked at Zhao Feng in disbelief. Only she knew how destructive Zhao Feng's palm was. 1. The physical force lightning domain around Zhao Feng gathered on the old granny, making her feel a great pressure and lightning. She was unable to escape. You too, hurry up and attack! The old granny roared. If Zhao Feng killed her first, the old granny wouldn't be able to escape. If she teamed up with the others, she might have a chance of surviving. Go! The other 2 Sacred Lords exchanged glances and immediately charged out. A giant black axe surrounded by a cold light appeared in the black-armored Sacred Lord's hand, and he slashed out with it. 1. When this black light entered Zhao Feng's physical force lightning domain, it was struck by the power of gravity and lightning, and its power dropped. Boom! Pum! Zhao Feng blocked the black-armored Sacred Lord's attack and used the push to use the lightning wings flying technique to quickly approach the old granny. Sacred lightning dominating fist. Zhao Feng clenched his fists and unleashed a giant scarlet golden mountain of lightning. At the same time, the nearby physical force lightning domain merged into this fist. The physical force lightning domain was like a domain, so it could be merged into one's attacks. However, it was difficult to merge it into the sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. So Zhao Feng chose the sacred lightning dominating fist. Wah! The old granny couldn't handle the terrifying pressure of the physical force lightning and spat out a mouthful of blood. Cold lotus protection. The old granny instantly circulated her mystic light, sacred power. A lotus platform appeared beneath her, and many frosty lotuses gradually appeared around her, wrapping her within. Boom! Crack! In just a short while, the old granny's defensive secret technique was shattered by Zhao Feng, and a terrifying power that could suppress everything in its path crushed over. The old granny's body was instantly destroyed by the giant metallic fist, and a gray-white yuan soul escaped. Meow meow! A dark silver light flashed, and the little thieving cat picked up the interspatial bracelet. Sky locking bow. Zhao Feng pulled the string of the dark silver bow in his hand and infused his eye intent into the arrow of light. Whoosh! In the next instant, the cold old woman's soul, which hadn't managed to escape far, was frozen in the void by an arrow. Terrifying purple flames and lightning constantly bombarded her soul. The little thieving cat turned into a dark silver streak of light and slashed across the old woman's sore soul with a cold shadow blade. The cold old woman was instantly killed by Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat. Behind him, the black-armored Sacred Lord and the white-haired elder had only attacked once. Zhao Feng circulated his sacred lightning body to block their attacks with all his might. Let's go! The black-armored Sacred Lord instantly put away the axe in his hand and turned into a streak of black light that sped into the sky. The strength that Zhao Feng had displayed was truly terrifying. Not only was his soul eye bloodline technique powerful, but his physical body's defense and strength were also terrifying. He simply had no weaknesses. If Zhao Feng could withstand their attacks and kill a divine lord, then he could use the same method to kill him. Run! The white-haired elder used a spatial technique and disappeared with a flash. Humph! None of you will be able to escape. Zhao Feng snickered coldly as a faint mental energy undulation flashed through his left eye. The mark of the god eye had been completed. The level of Zhao Feng's soul was even higher than the two sacred lords, so they obviously weren't able to sense it. Who? Wang, the scarlet wings of lightning behind Zhao Feng's back, released a burst of light as he shot through the air and chased after them. So fast! Quick, stop him! The white-haired elder used a spatial technique and was slightly faster than the black-armored sacred lord, but he still wasn't confident that he could shake off Zhao Feng. Damn it! The expression of the black-armored sacred lord was grim, but there was nothing he could do. If Zhao Feng caught up, he would definitely attack him first. Shua! The black-armored sacred lord's clone immediately appeared next to him. The sacred lord clone stood where it was and circulated its mystic light, sacred power, and the power of a little world in order to stop Zhao Feng. Who? Wang, Zhao Feng circulated his sacred lightning body and pierced through the power of the little world. The strength of this clone wasn't enough to stop Zhao Feng at all. However, in the next instant, a sense of death started to brew within this sacred lord clone. Boom! The sacred lord clone used all the power within its body and exploded. Sacred lightning protection. Zhao Feng sped up at full speed and circulated a defensive secret technique at the same time. Boom! Zhao Feng was pushed back several miles by the shockwave of the sacred lord clone's explosion. I was too careless. Zhao Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The power of the self-destruction of a sacred lord clone couldn't be underestimated. Unfortunately, the black-armored sacred lord wasn't decisive enough and chose the wrong time to self-destruct. Otherwise, it would have severely injured Zhao Feng and made it so that Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to catch up to them in a short amount of time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng pulled the sky, locking bow, and fired at the black-armored sacred lord. Lightning wings, spatial flash. After unleashing this attack, Zhao Feng immediately used a spatial secret technique and turned into a bolt of scarlet lightning that shot through the sky. Bam! The black-armored sacred lord was pierced by a scarlet golden arrow of light and slowed down. Hu! Wang! The next instant, Zhao Feng's figure quickly closed in. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng immediately used his ultimate move against the black-armored sacred lord. Boom! A gigantic palm of scarlet golden lightning struck out with an unstoppable momentum, carrying with it an unstoppable force. Boom! The black-armored sacred lord circulated his mystic light, sacred power, and a giant black axe appeared in his hand as he slashed out. What terrifying power! The black-armored sacred lord instantly felt an unprecedented backlash. A surge of lightning traveled through his weapon and into his body, making him numb. Boom! The black scales on the black-armored sacred lord's body shattered, and he flew back several dozen miles, leaving behind a trail of blood. Whoosh! At the same time, a surge of purple eye bloodline power appeared from Zhao Feng's left eye. Gaze of the god eye! A bottomless purple whirlpool formed in the left eye that connected to a purple abyss that was covered in mist. The heavily injured black-armored sacred lord felt a coldness throughout his body. He felt as if his soul was being locked down and being pulled out of his control. This forbidden power was like the power of a god. It couldn't be resisted or resisted. What? Sweat poured down the black-armored sacred lord's back as fear and despair appeared in his eyes. It was as if he couldn't escape the fate of his soul being locked down no matter how hard he struggled. Whoosh! A silver-gray light flashed by as the little thieving cat stabbed the shadow kill imperial dagger through the black-armored sacred lord's heart. Who? The black-armored sacred lord's Yuan's soul instantly left his body and was sucked into the dimension of Zhao Feng's left eye. Once the black-armored sacred lord's soul entered the dimension of his left eye, it would be impossible for him to self-destruct. Therefore, Zhao Feng wasn't in a rush to deal with him. There's still one more. Zhao Feng's voice was cold. Through the mark of the god eye, Zhao Feng could clearly sense the exact location of the white-haired elder. However, suddenly, the sound of a zither entered Zhao Feng's mind and calmed his heart of slaughter. Zhao Feng's left eye glanced at a green forest in the distance. Shua! Zhao Feng's gaze saw through everything and saw a simple wooden house in the depths of the forest. There was a quiet green stream in front of the wooden house, and a girl in white was gently playing the zither in front of the stream. It's her. Zhao Feng's expression changed. 1 year ago, when Zhao Feng was saving the 9th prince, an elder in gray had helped him. This girl in white seemed to be the disciple of the mysterious elder in gray. For some reason, when Zhao Feng saw this girl in white, he felt like he knew her. Was it because they had met once before? Zhao Feng unconsciously started to walk toward the forest. The closer he got to this picturesque music, the more Zhao Feng's mind became. It was as if he had left the world. In that instant, Zhao Feng forgot all his worries, all his burdens, and all the shackles he had been carrying up until now. What profound mastery of the Tao of the Qin! Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. Up to now, Zhao Feng had seen many experts of the Tao of entertainment, such as the prodigies of the Sky Qin Zone where the Tao of entertainment originated, Le Shui of the Sky Sacred Qin Palace, and Lu Qinqin, who was hidden in his memories. However, the mastery of these people that cultivated the Tao of entertainment couldn't be compared to this girl in front of him. Just like that, Zhao Feng leaned against an ancient tree and listened silently. The instant he closed his eyes, he seemed to come to the world of the Tao of entertainment created by this girl. Everything in heaven and earth danced to the beautiful zither music. The little thieving cat stood on Zhao Feng's shoulder and also leaned against the tree. It imitated Zhao Feng's movements and revealed an expression of enjoyment. What does young master think of my daughter's playing? A clear voice suddenly sounded in Zhao Feng's ear. Zhao Feng opened his eyes and looked at the pure and beautiful face in front of him. At some point, this girl in white seemed to have stopped playing, and he was immersed in the Tao of entertainment and forgot about time. However, when he woke up, Zhao Feng found that the power of his soul and Tao of entertainment had both increased. The girl in white looked to be only 16 or 17 years old and had the cultivation of a king. But a single song was able to increase Zhao Feng's Tao of entertainment. Zhao Feng couldn't help but admire this girl's mastery of the Tao of entertainment even more. Excuse me for disturbing you. This one doesn't know much about the Tao of entertainment, but your zither music is the most beautiful song that this one has heard so far. Zhao Feng's eyes focused on the girl in white and paused slightly before smiling. Hee, young master really knows how to talk. The girl in white smiled faintly, causing the surrounding scenery to lose its color. She felt an indescribable sense of intimacy towards Zhao Feng. Therefore, when Zhao Feng barged in, she didn't care and continued to practice. Zhao Feng paused slightly. This girl's dressing and mastery of the Tao of music caused the white-clothed figure in the depths of Zhao Feng's memory to surface. However, compared to the two, their auras and personalities were very different. This girl was lively and cheerful, and her eyes were extremely pure, as if she was a fairy from another world. This one is Zhao Feng. Lady's master helped me that day. Since we meet again today, I hope to personally thank him. Zhao Feng continued, My master hasn't returned yet. If young master doesn't mind, you can wait in this wooden house. The girl in white smiled. That's good. If that's the case, this one might have a chance to hear you play another song. Zhao Feng joked. This girl's song could indeed help Zhao Feng focus and increase his Tao. Furthermore, The fact that the white-clothed girl told Zhao Feng to wait meant that the mysterious gray-robed elder would return soon. "Young Master Zhao, you can just call me Qinin." Lu Qinin suddenly turned around and revealed an innocent smile. Chapter 1037. Qinin. Zhao Feng's expression paused. Ding ding. The little thieving cat's figure suddenly appeared on Zhao Feng's shoulder and threw out a few bronze coins. The little thieving cat looked at them and shook its head. What's wrong? Lu Qinin felt that Zhao Feng cared a lot about these two words. Nothing. This name suits the girl. Zhao Feng smiled and immediately said, the little thieving cat had just divined and didn't get any results. If the girl in front of them was Lu Qinxin, the little thieving cat should be able to divine it. Wow, what a cute cat! Lu Qinin's eyes blinked as she looked at the little thieving cat with love. Meow meow. Hearing this, the little thieving cat immediately swallowed the bronze coins and spun around on Zhao Feng's shoulder, making a very handsome pose. The little thieving cat's actions made Lu Qinin laugh. Zhao Feng looked at the lively and cheerful Lu Qinin and dispelled the thought that she was Lu Qinxin. Young Sir Zhao is also here to kill enemies on the battlefield. Lu Qinin and Zhao Feng walked into the wooden house and started to chat. From their conversation, Zhao Feng knew that Lu Qinin had been traveling with her master since she was young and didn't interact much with people or things in the outside world. Lu Qinin was also very interested in Zhao Feng and asked about Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng would occasionally talk about himself and some of the strange things that had happened in the world. Young Sir Zhao has a fiancée. Lu Qinin was very surprised. Zhao Feng looked like he was only in his 20s. One had to know that normal emperors had lifespans of close to 10,000 years. Therefore, not many people would consider marriage at such a young age. Sort of. Zhao Feng thought about it and didn't know how to answer. Technically, he and Lu Qinxin were engaged, but Lu Qinxin was already dead. Her new life might have forgotten everything from her previous life. Would she still have a relationship with Zhao Feng? Lu Qinin revealed a puzzled expression. A fiancée counted? Actually, I haven't found her yet. Zhao Feng explained. Lady Music, note, should have heard of the 8 great god eyes. Among them, the Eye of Samsara has heaven-defying abilities like reversing life and death. With his help, I'll be able to find her. Zhao Feng began to change the topic. He was confident that Lu Qinin would be interested in the 8 great god eyes. You need the help of the Eye of Samsara? Lu Qinin asked in surprise. At this moment, a gray-robed elder slowly walked over from the forest outside. Zhao Feng was startled and immediately stood up. He didn't expect someone to approach him while he was chatting with Lu Qinin. However, this also proved the gray-robed elder's strength. Senior, this junior came to this place by accident. This junior is very grateful for your help in the teleportation hall. Zhao Feng said immediately. After all, this old man was unfathomable, and Zhao Feng had taken the initiative to barge into his territory. It would be better to clarify things first. Master, this young Sir Zhao said that you can help him find his fiancée. Lu Qinin immediately walked over and said with a pleading tone. What? Zhao Feng was instantly dazed. He felt like his mind had been struck by lightning as he looked at this elder. He was certain that Lady Music, note, wouldn't lie to him like this. This meant that this gray-robed elder was the owner of the Eye of Samsara. Zhao Feng had already missed the owner of the Eye of Samsara once. However, this elder's eyes were very normal, and they didn't display any intent of samsara, so it was normal that Zhao Feng hadn't discovered them. However, while he was happy, Zhao Feng's expression immediately calmed down. He hadn't forgotten about the Emperor of Death. If it was the owner of the Eye of Samsara who told the Emperor of Death to kill him, then the situation was very bad. However, if the owner of the Eye of Samsara wanted to kill him, why didn't he do so last time? With the strength of this gray-robed elder, killing Zhao Feng would be extremely easy. Zhao Feng instantly fell silent as his consciousness entered the misty spatial world. If the situation wasn't right, Zhao Feng would immediately use the god-slaying arrow. The expression of the gray-robed elder didn't change as he slowly walked into the wooden room. "You know the abilities of my eyes of samsara?" The gray-robed elder sat on a wooden chair and asked. "I saw a bit at the Ji family." Zhao Feng's expression faltered. He didn't expect the gray-robed elder to say this first. In reality, there was no way that Zhao Feng would know that the eyes of samsara could help him find Lu Qinxin from the Ji family's samsara death eyes. However, from the looks of it, the eyes of samsara did indeed have the ability to do so. It looked like the 6 warlock divine sages' words were correct. The person you're looking for has been reborn through some sort of method. The gray-robed elder continued to ask. "That's right." Zhao Feng's expression was very natural. Although the gray-robed elder was talking to him calmly, Zhao Feng was still on full alert. After all, he wasn't very clear about the abilities of the eyes of samsara. If the other party suddenly attacked, Zhao Feng would have to use the god-slaying arrow immediately. The eyes of samsara are split into the samsara of life and the samsara of death. And my samsara of life, I can indeed calculate the exact location of the person who has been reborn through some sort of method. The gray-robed elder didn't ask any more questions. He told Zhao Feng some of the secrets of the eyes of samsara and expressed that he was willing to help Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's eyes focused, but he didn't say anything. Now that he had found the eyes of samsara, it was proven that the eyes of samsara had the ability to do so. However, the eyes of samsara wouldn't help Zhao Feng unconditionally. After all, Zhao Feng still didn't know if the gray-robed elder was friend or foe. "How long has it been since the person you're looking for died?" The gray-robed elder asked. "More than 16 years. Zhao Feng's expression became dim. So much time had passed without him realizing it. Lu Qinin's expression paused for a moment, but she didn't say anything. "So much time has passed. Unless her body is perfectly preserved, I won't be able to calculate the location of her rebirth." The gray-robed elder still had a calm expression. Zhao Feng's expression paused. Lu Qinin's body had already turned to dust when he entered the 49th floor of the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace. As expected, this heaven-defying ability had many limitations. Even the eyes of samsara couldn't calculate the location of a person without any evidence. "Thank you, Senior." Zhao Feng cupped his hands and bowed. Even if the Emperor of Death was related to the gray-robed elder, however, now that the gray-robed elder had told Zhao Feng the secret of the eyes of samsara, the doubt in his heart was resolved. Zhao Feng wouldn't have to keep thinking about finding the eyes of samsara in the future. "Little friend, you must still be curious about the Emperor of Death, right?" The gray-robed elder suddenly gave a faint smile. Zhao Feng's eyes focused, and he became wary once more. "When I met him 1,000 years ago, I placed a mark of samsara on him. After reviving him, the Emperor of Death begged me again and again to give him a chance to fulfill his wish. Since we're both inheritors of the 8 great god eyes, I gave him his freedom." The gray-robed elder spoke slowly as if he was explaining. "I didn't think that little friend would once again defeat the Emperor of Death, who obtained power from death. Your eye's potential isn't any weaker than the 8 great god eyes." The gray-robed elder looked at Zhao Feng's left eye and said with certainty, "Thank you, Senior." Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. Zhao Feng didn't feel any ill will from the words of the eyes of samsara. Instead, it was the gray-robed elder explaining about the Emperor of Death. Furthermore, Zhao Feng also noticed that the gray-robed elder was only interested in his left eye. "This junior's wish has been fulfilled, and I still have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. If Senior needs anything in the future, this junior will do his best to help." After knowing everything, Zhao Feng said goodbye to the gray-robed elder. If the eyes of Samsara didn't have any enmity toward Zhao Feng would be more than happy to be on good terms with him. Then this old man won't be seeing you off. The gray-robed elder said, Lady Qinin, I hope that I'll have the chance to listen to your songs in the future. Zhao Feng looked at Lu Qinin and said goodbye. Meow meow. The little thieving cat also waved its paws. Master, is young Sir Zhao the person who has a grudge with the Emperor of Death? Lu Qinin asked after Zhao Feng left. The gray-robed elder nodded his head. Lu Qinin's gaze suddenly changed as she looked in the direction that Zhao Feng left in. Master, Qinin feels like something bad is about to happen. Lu Qinin immediately came next to the gray-robed elder. Ever since she was young, Lu Qinin had an extraordinary understanding of the Tao of music and the Tao of life. Therefore, she trusted her senses. Don't worry, I'm here. The gray-robed elder's eyes paused for a moment before revealing a deep smile. Whoosh! Zhao Feng sat on the flying flaming chariot and quickly flew through heaven and earth. After leaving the eyes of Samsara, Zhao Feng felt sad for some reason. Whatever, I still have things to do. Zhao Feng calmed his emotions. After a while, Zhao Feng found that the gray-haired elder was very far away from him, and the direction was different from Zhao Feng's current destination. I'll take his life at any time. Zhao Feng's expression was calm. He didn't continue to chase after the gray-haired elder and flew toward the Lan Province War Hall. After all, he had left a mark of the god Ai on the gray-haired elder. If Zhao Feng wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Dozens of days later, Zhao Feng arrived at the Lan Province War Hall. The Lan Province War Hall was a white jade palace that gave off an ancient aura. It was completely different from the Ling Province War Hall. Outside the battle hall, there were countless experts and crowds coming and going. However, if one wanted to enter the war hall, they needed to have a certificate or be led and supervised by the guards. Zhao Feng didn't have a certificate, so he entered the inner area of the war hall under the supervision of the guards. Zhao Feng's eyes scanned the area, and he saw a massive stone stele with countless flashing golden words carved into it. One of the stone tablets had the top 1,000 war points of the Lan Province War Hall on it. The closer the name was to the front, the brighter the golden light. Do you see that name that suddenly appeared a few days ago at the top of the first stone tablet? It's Zhao Feng, but he's not a nameless person. His performance in the Crown Prince trial was acknowledged by many forces. I know that, but do you know? He was originally in the 1900s, but he suddenly jumped all the way up here. I heard that he defeated sacred Lord myriad forms of the non-humans. Many people surrounded the war board rankings. Most of them looked toward this stone tablet to motivate themselves. Some of them compared themselves with their enemies. Of course, there were also some intelligence organizations that arranged for people to stay here and pay attention to the data. The ninth prince's guess was indeed correct. Zhao Feng chuckled. He was extremely satisfied with his battle points ranking. Chapter 1038. The ninth prince's guess was indeed correct. Zhao Feng smiled and looked at the name ranked third on the first stone tablet. Back then, the ninth prince had estimated Zhao Feng's war points to be in the top 10, and he estimated that Zhao Feng's war points were around the top 10. In the first battle, Zhao Feng's war points instantly surpassed almost 1 million people in the Lanzhou war zone, and he was ranked in the top 2,000. After the second battle, Zhao Feng's war points rose to the top 10, and he was ranked third. Although the difference in war points between the top 5,000 wasn't big, the difference in war points between the top 100 was very big. Almost all of the top 10 were mystic light realm sacred lords. One had to know that a sacred lord could obtain a lot of war points just by guarding a city, and the war hadn't developed to the point where they could easily attack a city. Therefore, the The difference in war points between sacred lords and those below the mystic light realm was very big. However, people like Zhao Feng, who shocked the world and had more war points than sacred lords, obviously attracted a lot of attention. Zhao Feng only took a glance before following the guard to the resource exchange area. There was a lot of people going in and out of the resource exchange area. Apart from the experts who used their war points to exchange for resources, the rest were people who were responsible for calculating, distributing, and organizing the war points and resources. "What's his name?" An old man with a head full of white hair asked in front of a table that was stacked like a mountain. "Zhao Feng." Zhao Feng replied. The elder glanced at Zhao Feng before taking out a thick book and preparing to flip through it. However, the elder suddenly stopped and stared at Zhao Feng with bulging eyes. In the surroundings, the people exchanging for war points and the busy internal members instantly stopped and looked in shock at Zhao Feng. "He's Zhao Feng, the person who jumped to third place on the war points rankings. I really don't know what he did on the battlefield to actually obtain so many battle merits. He looks so young. I wonder if it's the real him." The kings and emperors next to Zhao Feng discussed in low voices. Although they were very curious about Zhao Feng, they were more suspicious about the true identity of the person in front of them. "Please prove your identity." The white-haired old man in front of Zhao Feng had a solemn expression on his face. Exchanging Zhao Feng's battle merits for resources wasn't a small sum, so the old man didn't dare to be careless. They hadn't come into contact with Zhao Feng before, so they couldn't rule out the possibility of someone impersonating Zhao Feng and exchanging for resources. "Verify my identity." Zhao Feng was stunned. How could he prove himself? Whoosh! A square-shaped golden dragon token appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. The old man took the token from Zhao Feng's hand and sensed it. His Highness the Crown Prince's imperial heavenly token. The old man's hands trembled slightly before he returned the token to Zhao Feng. "Please follow me inside." The old man stood up and said. Zhao Feng then followed the old man to the inner area of the hall. Zhao Feng was slightly confused. Wasn't it just exchanging for resources? He felt like he was overreacting. The higher your ranking is, the more rare items you can exchange for. The old man explained. With your ranking, you can even exchange for some items that aren't within the range of exchange, but you'll need more battle merits. The old man continued to explain to Zhao Feng as if he was guiding Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng followed the old man to a hall that had its aura sealed off. A golden book suddenly appeared in the old man's hand. Whoosh! Several golden dragons shot out from the golden book and intertwined in the air, forming a giant screen. On the screen were densely packed items and the battle merits needed to exchange for them. The items at the top required more battle merits. Zhao Feng took a look and saw that the items at the top were all rare secret treasures or heaven-grade weapons. If he wanted to exchange for one of them, it would cost almost 70% of Zhao Feng's battle merits. Right now, the number one item was the title of Duke. It seemed like all of Zhao Feng's battle merits wouldn't be enough to exchange for it. The title of Duke was the highest title below the Sacred Emperor of the Great Gone Lord Dynasty. As the war continues, there might be more items that can be exchanged. The old man said with a smile when he saw the surprise on Zhao Feng's face. So that's how it is. Zhao Feng nodded his head. The war between the two Lord dynasties wouldn't be as short as Zhao Feng had imagined. It could be as long as 10 or even 100 years. A few hundred years was just a very short amount of time for emperors and sacred lords. But the amount of battle merits accumulated over a few hundred years was extremely plentiful. Zhao Feng became even more obsessed with battle merits after looking at the items he could exchange for. After a period of selection, Zhao Feng used up all of his battle merits. Most of the resources he exchanged for were earth elemental cultivation resources, materials that could refine the soul, increase one's state of existence, etc. The effect of the same resource would be greatly reduced if it was used too many times. If it was a resource with a lower effect, it would have a very good effect the first time it was used. The old man reported all the resources that Zhao Feng needed. On the second day, the old man sent over an interspatial ring. Zhao Feng, everything you want is inside. Zhao Feng scanned the ring with his divine sense, put everything into the misty spatial world, and left the Lan province war hall. Whoosh! Zhao Feng sat on the flaming chariot and started to head back. After flying for a while, Zhao Feng stopped, and the map of the Great Gan, Lord Dynasty, appeared in his mind. I should be able to use the misty spatial world's ability to travel through space at this distance. Zhao Feng left behind many spatial markings on the way to the battlefield. Whoosh! Zhao Feng waved the arm guard in his hand, and his figure started to fade as a layer of silver light appeared and disappeared. In the next instant, outside a spiritual hall, Wang Shua, a layer of silver light appeared in the air, and a golden-haired figure appeared with a disturbance in space. The moment Zhao Feng appeared, many of the experts and factions passing by were bewildered. It takes a lot of energy. Zhao Feng estimated the distance and the amount of energy he would need to travel. Right now, Zhao Feng could teleport across 2 cities, but it would be very difficult for him to teleport across provinces. However, teleporting across 2 cities would save him dozens of days of travel. Just like that, Zhao Feng used the teleportation, spiritual hall, and the misty spatial world to travel to his destination. Along the way, Zhao Feng would immediately recover his true yuan. The black-armored sacred lord in the dimension of his left, I slowly gave in under Zhao Feng's torture, and Zhao Feng placed a dark heart seal on him. The black-armored sacred lord, who had been enslaved by Zhao Feng, told Zhao Feng everything that had happened. There are so many forces. Zhao Feng was surprised. The 13th Prince and 9 Darkness Palace were the ones leading this attack against Zhao Feng, but almost all of the forces behind the 13th Prince participated. However, the Duanmu family wasn't one of them. These forces all thought that Zhao Feng had used the god-slaying arrow, so they created a conflict with the Ocean Smoke Pavilion to make Zhao Feng leave the battlefield and set up an ambush along the way. These 3 sacred lords and 1 quasi-sacred lord came from different forces. Although the lord dynasties were at war right now, each city only had 2 sacred lords at most. The ambush of 3 sacred lords could already be considered to be shocking. These 4 experts and the evil death-ean spirit array of the upper echelon of 9 Darkness Palace could easily kill an early-stage mystic light realm. I will engrave this enmity in my heart. Zhao Feng's expression was cold. The forces behind him needed to develop, and they needed a lot of resources. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's target wasn't simple. If there was a chance, Zhao Feng didn't mind going to these enemy forces and collecting some resources. With master speed, he might be able to get back to Lian province before 9 Darkness Palace does anything. After the black-armored sacred lord was enslaved by Zhao Feng, he had been working for Zhao Feng. Now that he had betrayed 9 Darkness Palace, if Zhao Feng failed, he would be severely punished by 9 Darkness Palace. However, after traveling with Zhao Feng, the black-armored sacred lord had seen many of Zhao Feng's abilities and hidden cards, so he was confident in Zhao Feng. That's true. Zhao Feng nodded his head and sped up toward Lian province. Now that the operation to kill Zhao Feng had failed, the white-haired elder wouldn't be faster than Zhao Feng even if he tried to send a message back as fast as possible. Lian province was the province that the Ocean Smoke Pavilion wanted to expand the furthest, but the force behind the 13th Prince stopped them. Lian province, Ocean Smoke Pavilion's branch. Several dozen experts of the Tao of Ghosts surrounded the Ocean Smoke Pavilion's branch. Their leader was a middle-aged man who was as thin as a stick. His eyes flickered with dark green nether flames. If your Ocean Smoke Pavilion branch doesn't give us an explanation today, don't blame Dark Skygate for being impolite. The skinny middle-aged male's voice was cold. Many upper echelon members were gathered within the hall. Sacred Lord Dark Ghost. Dark Sky Gate already knows what's going on. What do you need us to say? The person in charge of this ocean smoke pavilion branch, an elder in green robes, said helplessly. Lien province was too far away from the ocean. By Qingwe and Old Monster, Su would need several months to get here. However, even if they got here, they wouldn't be able to do much. Dark Sky Gate was one of the large subordinate forces of 9 Darkness Palace, and they were in charge of 9 Darkness Palace's intelligence. There was no need to mention Sacred Lord Dark Ghost Strength, but the key was 9 Darkness Palace. If the Ocean Smoke Pavilion took action, 9 Darkness Palace might interfere. Ha ha ha! Members of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion snuck into Dark Sky Gate to steal information and even killed a core disciple of Dark Sky Gate. That's the truth. Sacred Lord Dark Ghost laughed with a deadly expression. Grand Elder, when do we take action? An elder next to Sacred Lord Dark Ghost asked impatiently. The main purpose of this matter was to force Zhao Feng to come back and then kill him on the way. Once Zhao Feng died, the force behind him would belong to 9 Darkness Palace. There's still no news from the higher-ups. Sacred Lord Dark Ghost messaged. If Zhao Feng didn't die, it would be bad if they took care of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion branch and found out about it. However, from Sacred Lord Dark Ghost's point of view, Zhao Feng was dead for sure, but 9 Darkness Palace had said that they could only take action after confirming that Zhao Feng was dead. But we can play first. Sacred Lord Dark Ghost's eyes were deadly as a surge of Sacred Lord-level magnificent power spread into the air below. The sky within a radius of a few thousand miles slowly sank into a world of darkness where dark green, ghostly flames drifted. The hall was completely silent. Countless disciples and members felt a suffocating pressure, and their bloodlines and true yuan froze. They couldn't even speak. Chapter 1039. The sky within a radius of a few thousand miles slowly sank into a world of darkness where dark green, ghostly flames floated. Inside the palace, all was silent. Countless disciples and members felt a suffocating pressure. Their blood vessels and true essence froze, and they were completely unable to speak. Sacred Lord Dark Ghost is attacking directly. Inside the pavilion, the green-robed old man's body trembled, his face filled with shock. The green-robed elder had a bad feeling from Sacred Lord Dark Ghost's actions. The Ocean Smoke Pavilion was the force behind the Crown Prince, and their Grand Elder, Zhao Feng, was someone that the Crown Prince trusted a lot. Was Sacred Lord Dark Ghost not afraid of Zhao Feng and the Crown Prince questioning him? Even the 9 Nether Palace had to give some face to the royal family. Elder, some of the members are almost unable to resist this Sacred Lord magnificent power. A black-robed, middle-aged man said, although Sacred Lord Dark Ghost was only using a portion of his Sacred Lord power, the members of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion branch were mostly at the true spirit realm or small origin core realm. Sacred Lord Dark Ghost, how dare you injure a member of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion? The green-robed elder immediately shouted. In the sky, dozens of Dark Sky Gate upper echelon laughed. Ha! If the Ocean Smoke Pavilion can hurt the core disciples of my Dark Sky Gate, why can't I hurt the members of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion? Sacred Lord Dark Ghost had a playful expression. Boom! The magnificent power of a Sacred Lord covering the hall suddenly became stronger. Who is it? Sacred Lord Dark Ghost seemed to sense something and turned around. Whoosh! A bolt of scarlet lightning shot towards him. When it approached, the terrifying force of the sacred lightning caused several dozen upper echelon members of the Dark Sky Gate to vomit blood and retreat. Silent Flower, Ghost Flame. Sacred Lord Dark Ghost immediately took action when he felt the enemy's powerful aura. Countless dark green, ghostly flames gathered in the surroundings, forming a massive dark green, ghostly flower. It carried with it the terrifying power of the ghost Tao as it floated forward. Get lost! Zhao Feng didn't slow down at all. He circulated his wind, lightning true yuan, and holy lightning physical force in his palm and slammed out a gigantic scarlet golden palm with lightning patterns. Boom! The dark green ghost flower that contained the power of evil spirits was instantly shattered by the powerful sacred lightning force and the power of lightning. Boom! The remaining power of Zhao Feng's palm sent sacred, Lord, dark, ghost flying several miles away. The members of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion could clearly sense what was happening outside. That's Grand Elder. The green-robed old man pondered for a moment before revealing a look of pleasant surprise. Based on what he knew, Zhao Feng should have gone to the front lines to fight the foreign races with the Ninth Prince. Even if he knew about the conflict between the Dark Ghost sect and this place, there was no way he could have rushed back so quickly. You are Zhao Feng! Sacred Lord Dark Ghost spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Zhao Feng in shock. How could this be? Why would Zhao Feng appear here? Waves appeared in Sacred Lord Dark Ghost's heart. Humph! Zhao Feng snorted coldly and unleashed his mighty physical strength. The members of Dark Sky Gate around Zhao Feng suddenly felt suffocated, as if a towering mountain was pressing down on them. They found it hard to breathe and couldn't move. Surprised to see me? Zhao Feng snickered coldly. No, I just heard that you were fighting in the battlefield of the 3 provinces. I didn't think that you would come back so quickly. Sacred Lord Dark Ghost almost gave himself away, and he felt a little guilty. However, even if Zhao Feng knew about what happened here, how could he have come back so quickly? Furthermore, could it be that the force behind the 13th prince had failed? According to what he knew, the battle power of 3 sacred lords had been mobilized in that attack. Various questions appeared in Sacred Lord Dark Ghost's heart, and his body couldn't help but turn cold. Today, Dark Sky Gate injured a disciple of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion. If you don't give me an explanation, then don't even think about going back. Zhao Feng's physical strength and magnificent power suppressed the several dozen members of Dark Sky Gate as he looked coldly at Sacred Lord Dark Ghost. Zhao Feng, it's like this. A while ago, members of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion clashed with members of Dark Sky Gate, and they even killed a core disciple of Dark Sky Gate. Sacred Lord Dark Ghost slowly spoke with a negotiating tone. Of course, the members of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion who killed the core disciples of Dark Sky Gate had already been killed by Dark Sky Gate, so there was no evidence. Since you've returned, Zhao Feng, I believe that you will give justice to Dark Sky Gate. Sacred Lord Dark Ghost's tone was very generous, and he seemed to trust Zhao Feng a lot. Sacred Lord Dark Ghost was extremely wary of the battle power that Zhao Feng displayed. Fighting with Zhao Feng here wouldn't do him any good, so he would report this to 9 Darkness Palace after he returned. He believed that 9 Darkness Palace wouldn't let Zhao Feng go. Grand Elder, this is all made up by Dark Sky Gate. There's no such thing. At this moment, the green-robed elder in the hall below flew over and said respectfully, I only heard it from an elder of the clan. The truth might be different from what I just said. Without any evidence, Sacred Lord Dark Ghost continued to make things up. If there's something different, then why did you come here to attack a member of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion without investigating clearly? Zhao Feng's face twisted in anger as he immediately demanded. Zhao Feng, what do you want? Sacred Lord Dark Ghost had a solemn expression as he asked. He didn't expect Zhao Feng to act so forcefully. Did Zhao Feng not know that Dark Sky Gate was a subordinate force of 9 Darkness Palace? Humph. Zhao Feng circulated his sacred lightning body at full force, and a desolate force spread. Blood leaked out of the mouths of the dozen or so members of Dark Sky Gate who were suppressed by Zhao Feng, and the sound of bones cracking came from their bodies. You dare? Sacred Lord Dark Ghost roared. He had lowered his head to Zhao Feng, but he didn't expect Zhao Feng to not give him any face at all and use these members to threaten him. These dozen or so people were all part of the upper echelon of Dark Sky Gate. If they all died, the losses would be enough to make Dark Sky Gate fall for 1,000 years. You really don't learn from your mistakes. Zhao Feng's expression became grim as he circulated his fire of wind lightning and condensed it in his palm. Boom! A gigantic palm-shaped, crimson-golden, lightning-patterned palm pushed forward. Sacred Lord Dark Ghost's expression changed dramatically. The power of Zhao Feng's palm was even stronger than before. Whoosh! A black shield covered in ghost faces appeared in Sacred Lord Dark Ghost's hand. Wang, a black light instantly surged from the black shield, and a large, gruesome face formed. Boom! Pum! The black face clashed with Zhao Feng's scarlet golden palm. What power! Sacred Lord Dark Ghost's hands trembled as he felt the terrifying power, and the gruesome face on the black shield started to dim. Boom! The gruesome face instantly shattered, and Sacred Lord Dark Ghost was once again sent flying several dozen miles. His entire body was scorched black. Zhao Feng, you're so strong that you can't be reasonable? Sacred Lord Dark Ghost immediately climbed up with a deadly expression. You can be reasonable. Zhao Feng's figure suddenly charged forward as he circulated his terrifying physical force and the power of wind lightning. Sacred Lord Dark Ghost felt his body become suppressed as he looked at the powerful Zhao Feng. Fear appeared in his heart. After just 2 short exchanges, Sacred Lord Dark Ghost knew that he wasn't Zhao Feng's match. Zhao Feng, the fault lies with Dark Sky Gate. Dark Sky Gate is willing to pay for all of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion's losses, Sacred Lord Dark Ghost immediately said. Facing Zhao Feng, Sacred Lord Dark Ghost could only do this. However, he would definitely report this to 9 Darkness Palace after returning to the clan. You'll regret this, Zhao Feng. Sacred Lord Dark Ghost gritted his teeth. We'll use primal crystal stones to compensate for the losses. Furthermore, you said that a member of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion stole information from Dark Sky Gate. So let this Elder of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion pay a visit to Dark Sky Gate's intelligence department. Zhao Feng's tone was forceful as he told Sacred Lord Dark Ghost about the compensation. Okay, Sacred Lord Dark Ghost was speechless. He only agreed after a long time. Thank you, Grand Elder. The green-robed elder cupped his hands in thanks. Letting a professional intelligence agent like him enter Dark Sky Gate's intelligence department would obviously allow him to obtain a lot of secret information. The green-robed elder then followed Sacred Lord Dark Ghost toward Dark Sky Gate. Zhao Feng temporarily stayed behind at the Ocean Smoke Pavilion branch in Lian Province because he knew that 9 Darkness Palace would definitely take action. Several precious herbs appeared in Zhao Feng's hand within the misty spatial world. The elements of fire, wind, and lightning seeped out of these herbs and were merged into Zhao Feng's crystal core dimension. Any quasi-sacred lord had the ability to become a sacred lord. Zhao Feng's true Yuan dimension and state of existence both met the requirements to become a sacred lord, but his intent was still a bit lacking. However, if Zhao Feng's other 2 aspects reached a very high level, Zhao Feng would be able to ignore his intent and directly use the 100 origin sacred honey to break through to the sacred lord realm. While cultivating the 5 elemental wind lightning technique, Zhao Feng was also studying eye bloodline techniques and soul theories while absorbing the power of God Tribulation lightning. There's less than 10% of the power of God Tribulation lightning left in the demigod head. Zhao Feng sighed. The power of God Tribulation Lightning had always been Zhao Feng's ace, and it had helped him pass through countless dangers. The green-robed elder returned with a joyful expression a few days later. "What did you find?" Zhao Feng asked after exiting seclusion. Dark Sky Gate was the intelligence department of Nine Darkness Palace. Even if the members purposely hid some secret information, there was too little time. The green-robed elder should have been able to obtain a lot of important information. "I've obtained some information regarding the distribution of Nine Darkness Palace's forces, many secret bases, and some of Nine Darkness Palace's current activities." The green-robed elder didn't disappoint Zhao Feng and obtained a lot of information. Furthermore, Nine Darkness Palace seems to have sent 2 early-stage mystic light realm sacred lords to the Tsang Ocean a year ago. The green-robed elder continued. "One had to know that the 13th prince only sent 3 initial-stage mystic light realm sacred lords to kill Zhao Feng. However, he had no idea why Nine Darkness Palace had sent out these 2 sacred lords. Tsang Ocean. Zhao Feng started to think. They probably found out about Nan Gongxing's background. Nine Darkness Palace is determined to obtain the power of the evil god. The voice of the black-armored, sacred lord sounded from within the misty spatial world. Not good, the true martial sacred land. Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically. Tsang Ocean, true martial island zone. 2 pitch-black, ice-cold figures floated in the air above the misty sea. This is the true martial island zone. A male in black robes with red hair spread out his divine sense with cold eyes. I didn't expect a genius like Nan Gongxing to appear in such a low-tier ocean. The other woman in the black palace dress said calmly, "If it wasn't for the fact that brat Zhao Feng took over the ocean smoke pavilion and dominated the ocean, Nine Darkness Palace's forces would have been able to expand to this place." Chapter 1040. Within a quiet hall on the main spiritual peak of the true martial sacred land, a wicked male with purple and blood-colored hair was surrounded by a silver and purple blur. "Nan Gongsheng, your cultivation has completely consolidated. You can continue to absorb the power of the evil god." The evil god mental thought body's excited voice sounded from within Nan Gongsheng's body. Although Nan Gongsheng was only at the initial stages of the mystic light realm, his cultivation would be able to quickly rise and reach the early stages of the mystic light realm if he absorbed the power of the evil god. I wonder what level Zhao Feng's strength has reached. Nan Gongxing opened his blood-colored eyes and looked into the distance. Even if that brat becomes a sacred lord, he's still no match for you. The evil god mental thought body said unhappily. Nan Gongxing had the power of the evil god, but he was treating a normal human as his opponent. This made the evil god mental thought body very disdainful. Boom! Boom! A loud explosion suddenly sounded from the outside as a terrifying and dominating demonic, Tao, magnificent power entered heaven and earth. 2 cold and dark figures charged into the center of the sacred land. In the true martial sacred ground, the experts in the 2 main spiritual mountains and the 33-side spiritual mountains were startled, as they immediately unleashed their powerful divine senses. Who dares to charge into the center of the sacred land? An ancient emperor from the mystic, true, sacred clan immediately roared. Following this, a white-haired old man with a peerless martial monarch force rose into the air. A female in black robes from the Thousand Darkness sacred clan flew out in a flash of black light. This is the ancient emperor from the mystic, true, sacred clan trembled as he looked at the cold and dark figures floating in the air. He felt like a tiny ant facing the 2 magnificent figures. A single thought from them would be enough to send him to his grave. The other elder in charge of the Thousand Darkness sacred sect immediately stopped as well. He realized that this was all he could do. He could only prostrate before the 2 figures. May I ask where Senior comes from and why you've come to the true martial sacred land? The ancient emperor from the mystic true sacred clan asked respectfully. Being a peak emperor of the clan, he could feel how terrifying these two were. They could only be mystic light, realm sacred lords. However, even when facing the grand elder of the sect, he did not feel such a terrifying will pressure. 9 Darkness Palace, capture Nan Gongsheng. The red-haired, black-robed, middle-aged man who looked like a bloodthirsty demon said coldly. When the words 9 Nether Palace spread out, all the sovereign martial emperors of the sects and factions in the true martial sacred land, including the ancient martial emperors in closed-door cultivation, showed shocked expressions. They immediately rushed out with horror in their eyes. In that instant, all the experts of the true martial sacred ground rose into the air as if they were worshipping. They lowered their heads in reverence. 9 Nether Palace was a legendary demonic sect in the continent zone. At its peak, it was a 4-star sect that shook the entire dynasty. The words 9 Nether Palace were a taboo in the 2-star and even 3-star sects of the Blue Ocean. They never thought that they would personally see a sacred lord of the demonic Tao from 9 Darkness Palace. 9 Darkness Palace. In a fairyland within the mystic true sacred clan, a quasi-sacred lord expert with a face full of wrinkles and yellow spots opened his eyes, and his gaze trembled. A sect of the continent region. In a pitch-black underground area of the 1,000 Darkness sacred sect, a silver-haired old man covered in devilish flames immediately stood up. Nan Gongsheng. Emperor Mi Kong of the mystic true sacred clan panicked. Emperor Mi Kong was Nan Gongsheng's master in the mystic true sacred clan. I didn't think that 9 Darkness Palace would chase me all the way here. A terrifying and wicked purple and blood-colored figure suddenly charged out from the mystic true sacred clan. Nan Gongsheng. Emperor Mi Kong was stunned as he looked at the purple and blood-colored figure that charged into the sky. Mystic light, realm sacred lord. An ancient emperor from the mystic true sacred clan exclaimed. Only a sacred lord could ignore the pressure from 2 sacred lords of the 9 Nether Palace. This time when Nan Gongsheng returned, all the elders of the mystic true divine sect could feel that he was different, but apart from the grand elder who was in seclusion, no one could see through his cultivation. They could only feel that Nan Gongsheng was abnormally powerful and unfathomable. No one would have thought that Nan Gongsheng had already become a sacred lord. Such a young mystic light realm sacred lord was unheard of in the history of the Tsang Ocean. All the king martial emperors of the mystic true sacred clan were overjoyed. However, when they saw the 2 godlike figures in the sky, they felt a chill run down their spines, and their hearts sank to the bottom. How is this possible? Nan Gongsheng? The number 1 genius of the 1,000 Darkness sacred clan, Meng Shi, was unable to calm down for a long time as she looked at the completely different Nan Gongsheng. She didn't expect Nan Gongsheng to be a sacred lord after returning from the continent zone. At this moment, she wouldn't be able to catch up even if she chased after him for several hundred or even 1,000 years. Furthermore, from what Nan Gongsheng said, he seemed to have been chased by 9 Darkness Palace all the way back to the true martial sacred land. She didn't even dare to imagine Nan Gongsheng's current strength, since he was able to survive the pursuit of a peak demonic Tao force in the continent zone. No wonder Nan Gongsheng was able to make her lose the will to fight with just one glance. Nan Gongsheng. The expressions of the 2 sacred lords from 9 Darkness Palace changed as they locked onto Nan Gongsheng with solemn expressions. Nan Gongsheng had been surrounded by 9 Darkness Palace many times, and he had even severely injured sacred Lord Dark Lotus. They had traveled a great distance this time, and they couldn't afford to fail. Nan Gongsheng's expression was grim. He didn't have much confidence against 2 early-stage sacred lords. May I ask what Nangongshing did wrong for an elder of 9 Darkness Palace to personally come to the true martial sacred land? At this moment, an elder covered in wrinkles and spots slowly floated out from the forbidden grounds of the mystic true sacred clan and asked respectfully. Being a sacred lord, he could feel the terrifying strength of the 2 upper echelon members of 9 Darkness Palace. Grand Elder. All the upper echelon members of the mystic true sacred clan bowed their heads. In another main spirit peak, a silver-haired old man in black clothes appeared outside the main hall, quietly watching everything that was happening outside. Nangongsheng single-handedly slaughtered the elite group of 9 Darkness Palace's geniuses in the divine illusion dimension. 9 Darkness Palace must punish such a wicked and bloodthirsty person. The red-haired, black-robed, middle-aged male in the sky said. He obviously wouldn't say anything about Nangongsheng killing Emperor 9 Darkness Palace and severely injuring a sacred lord. Nangongsheng, if you know what's good for you, come with us. Otherwise, the true martial sacred land will face the limitless rage of 9 Darkness Palace. The other woman in the black palace dress said calmly, What? The 33 2-star forces of the true martial sacred land instantly started to panic. In their eyes, even 3-star forces were monsters that couldn't be defied, let alone the peak 3-star forces of the demonic Tao in the continent zone. However, the choice wasn't in their hands. Panic appeared on the face of sacred Lord Thousand Darkness from the Thousand Darkness sacred clan. From his point of view, just the 2 sacred lords in the sky alone could destroy the entire true martial sacred land. Furthermore, Nangongsheng wasn't a disciple of the Thousand Darkness sacred clan, and he didn't want such a young sacred lord to appear in the mystic true sacred clan. Seniors, there must be some misunderstanding here. How could a disciple of my clan kill a genius from 9 Darkness Palace? Sacred Lord Xianming from the mystic true sacred clan said. Since such a young sacred lord had appeared in the mystic true sacred clan, even if Nangongsheng showed signs of falling into the demonic Tao, he had to protect him. Nangongsheng looked at sacred Lord Xianming and revealed a rare look of gratitude. After all, this was where Nangongsheng had cultivated since he was young, and the true martial island zone was his home. His parents were here as well. You're questioning 9 Darkness Palace. The cold and elegant woman in the black palace dress immediately shouted. The terrifying aura of the will caused countless living beings below to feel suffocated. They prostrated themselves on the ground and trembled. I don't dare. I just hope that 9 Darkness Palace will give me a chance. The mystic true sacred clan is willing to pay any price. Sacred Lord Xianming's expression was grim as he continued to speak. At the same time, he sent a message to the Grand Elder of the Thousand Darkness sacred clan to ask for help. Nangongsheng has offended 9 Darkness Palace. The true martial sacred land is willing to pay any price. Sacred Lord Thousand Darkness immediately spoke after the Grand Elder of the mystic true sacred clan promised. Ha ha ha! An ant from the Tsang Ocean dares to ignore the dignity of 9 Darkness Palace! The red-haired and black-robed sacred lord of the demonic Tao roared with anger in the air. Nangongsheng, today I will destroy the true martial sacred land and capture you back to 9 Darkness Palace. The eyes of the cold female in the black dress squinted. A supreme demonic Tao aura instantly appeared in heaven and earth, and it seemed as if the sky was collapsing as it descended. Not good. The Grand Elders of the mystic true sacred clan and Thousand Darkness sacred clan, as well as Nangongsheng, all circulated their sacred Lord Magnificent power to block this terrifying demonic Tao aura. So strong! This strength has almost reached the late stages of the mystic light realm. Sacred Lord Thousand Darkness said in shock. They were all sacred lords, but the sacred lords from the Tsang Ocean weren't on the same level as the sacred lords from the continent zone. All the experts from the 33 spiritual mountains returned to their sects in the air. "Old Xian, hurry up and ask him to help, or else I'll leave." Sacred Lord Thousand Darkness immediately messaged, just resisting the aura of 2 early-stage Mystic Light realm sacred lords, one of whom was at the late stages of the Mystic Light realm, was extremely difficult. Furthermore, these 2 sacred lords were backed by 9 Darkness Palace. "Grand Elder, I'll be leaving now." At this moment, Nan Gongxing's voice sounded in Sacred Lord Xian Ming's mind. Nan Gongxing didn't want the entire true martial sacred land to be destroyed because of him. After all, this was where he had cultivated since he was young, and there were many seniors who had taken care of him here. Even if his personality started to become twisted, he wouldn't forget this. Nan Gongsheng was confident that he could escape if he didn't care about the consequences of facing 2 early-stage Mystic Light realm sacred lords. Nan Gongsheng, wait. The elder covered in wrinkles revealed a decisive expression. An ancient white token appeared in his hand, and he sent a thought into it. In the center of the 3 main spiritual mountains, 10,000 ancient sacred peak. Limitless magnificent power shook space, and the outline of a rainbow-colored garden started to appear. In the garden, a rusty bronze gate suddenly descended. On both sides of the gate stood the mythological Qilin divine beasts of the ancient times. This is a secret dimension? I didn't think that there would be such a high-level secret dimension in a place like this. The 2 upper echelon members of 9 Darkness Palace had surprised expressions. They didn't understand why a sacred lord from the mystic true sacred clan would open this secret dimension at this moment. Get the hell out of here! Suddenly, a domineering, thunderous roar that shook the heavens rang out from the bronze gate. Whoosh! A giant golden figure flashing with limitless golden light suddenly appeared in heaven and earth. Chapter 1041. There's another sacred lord hidden within this secret realm. The red-haired, black-robed man exclaimed in surprise. The strength of this sacred lord is extraordinary. At the side, the cold and beautiful woman in the black palace dress spoke in a low voice. He didn't expect such a strong mystic light realm expert to be hidden in the Tsang Ocean. Even with her strength that was close to the late-stage mystic light realm, she felt pressured by this golden figure. The golden divine light that filled the sky slowly faded away, revealing a handsome, short-haired young man. His tall and straight body flickered with many wondrous golden runes. "May I know who you are?" The woman from 9 Nether Palace immediately asked. This mystic light realm's sacred lord looked very young, but he was even stronger than Nan Gongsheng, who had the power of the evil god. "Senior Kuan Yin, please save the true martial sacred ground." Sacred Lord Xianming said respectfully, back when Kuan Yin returned to the true martial sacred land, he was unable to enter the demigod Forgotten Garden. Thus, he made an agreement with the 2 3-star sects of the true martial sacred land. The experts of the true martial sacred land would work together to open the demigod Forgotten Garden, and the demigod Kuan Yin wouldn't be able to cause trouble for the true martial sacred land in the future, and he would owe the 2 3-star forces a favor. Nan Gongxing's eyes shook. He didn't expect the demigod Kuan Yin to appear at this moment, and he seemed to be helping the true martial sacred land. Demigod Kuan Yin! The expressions of the 2 elders of 9 Nether Palace shook. There were only a few demigod realm experts, so they naturally knew about them. The demigod Kuan Yin from the past wasn't just a little strong. His name even spread to the 3-star and 4-star sects of the continent zone. However, the 2 upper echelon members of 9 Darkness Palace didn't really believe that the youth in front of them was the demigod Kuan Yin. Rumor had it that the demigod Kuan Yin had died to the god Tribulation Lightning. Secondly, Even if the demigod Kuan Yin didn't die back then, he shouldn't still be a late-stage mystic light realm sacred lord after so many years. However, even if they didn't believe that the man in front of them was demigod Kuan Yin. However, the true martial sacred land now had the battle power of 4 sacred lords, and Nan Gongxing's strength had probably reached the early stages of the mystic light realm. How dare you defy the decree of the 9 Nether Palace? The red-haired, black-robed man immediately shouted. Based on the current situation, if they were to really fight, they would definitely lose. After all, this was the true martial sacred land. There were many powerful, quasi-sacred lords here, and these 2 3-star sects might have some trump cards as well. If we return today, the 9 Nether Palace will send out an even stronger force to flatten this place in the future. The cold woman in the black dress threatened. The 2 of them had personally come from afar. If they were to return empty-handed, wouldn't they become the laughingstock of the 9 Nether Palace? Hearing the threat from the 2 sacred lords of 9 Darkness Palace, the experts of the true martial sacred land revealed expressions of fear. Even the 1,000 Darkness sacred clan started to retreat. After all, demigod Kuan Yin only owed them one favor. He wouldn't help them a second time. The 9 Nether Palace has already fallen to a 3-star force, but they are still so impudent. Kuan Yin's expression was cold, and his words carried a trace of mockery. How dare you insult the 9 Nether Palace? The cold and elegant woman's expression darkened. Although they were no match for these people, how could they tolerate such humiliation? Didn't the 2 of you hear me tell you to fuck off? Kuan Yin's fair skin immediately flickered with golden light. Mysterious golden runes floated in the surroundings. At the same time, an incomparably dazzling golden divine light appeared in his hand, emitting the primordial origin power that could shake the universe. The instant the ball of golden light appeared, heaven and earth trembled, and the magnificent power of the 2 upper echelon members of 9 Darkness Palace was completely washed away. It was as if this ball of golden light had become the most eye-catching existence in heaven and earth. This is divine power. The cold female in the black dress trembled, and her face went pale white. This power. The red-haired male was also stunned. This wasn't the first time they had seen divine power, and they remembered this power that reigned over 10,000 worlds. Senior Kuan Yin, this junior didn't mean to offend you. Senior, this junior will leave immediately. The 2 upper echelon members of 9 Darkness Palace instantly bowed and left. Thank you, Senior Kuan Yin. Sacred Lord Xian Ming bowed respectfully. This aura. Kuan Yin's eyes suddenly landed on Nan Gongxing. Not good. Sacred Lord Xian Ming's heart dropped. Being a sacred lord, he could feel the profound power radiating from Nan Gongxing's body. It was far more profound than the level of a sacred lord. At this moment, Nan Gongxing's power seemed to attract Kuan Yin's attention. You came back from the continent zone? Kuan Yin withdrew his aura and approached Nan Gongxing. The closer he got, the more shocked Kuan Yin was. He could feel that the divine power aura from Nan Gongxing's body was even stronger than the divine power he controlled in his previous life. This meant that Nan Gongxing might have obtained a complete divine power inheritance. However, this divine power didn't mix with Kuan Yin's divine power at all. Kuan Yin only lacked resources to recover his peak strength, so he didn't need the power of the evil god from Nan Gongxing. Watch out. This person can already use weak divine power. The evil god mental thought body's voice sounded within Nan Gongxing's body. Have you heard of Zhao Feng in the continent zone? Kuan Yin asked. Sacred Lord Xianming let out a breath. From the looks of it, Kuan Yin was interested in Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng was also a disciple of the mystic true sacred clan. He didn't expect the mystic true sacred clan to produce 2 such dazzling geniuses. I was with him in the divine illusion dimension. Nan Gongxing said, Do you know what cultivation he's at right now? Kuan Yin immediately asked. Although he was recovering very quickly, Kuan Yin was still scared of the master who had enslaved him. At that time he wasn't even a king. Nan Gongxing said, Nonsense. How is that possible? Kuan Yin's expression turned to anger. He thought that Nan Gongxing was playing with him. Nan Gongxing then told Kuan Yin about how Zhao Feng had reincarnated. After all, almost no one in the Tsang Ocean knew about this. This means that he's only an emperor at most. Kuan Yin's eyes lit up. The joy in his heart was indescribable. He didn't expect that Zhao Feng would still be tricked by the Emperor of Death. Even though Zhao Feng was only an emperor, Kuan Yin was still able to do whatever he wanted. Kuan Yin's cultivation and body had both reached the late stages of the mystic light realm. Furthermore, he had awakened the memories of his previous self, so he could use more trump cards. His true strength was immeasurable. Whoosh! Kuan Yin had an excited expression as he charged into the demigod Forgotten Garden, as if he was preparing for something. Grand Elder, I'm going to leave this place as well. Nan Gongxing looked at Sacred Lord Xianming and said. Sacred Lord Xianming sighed. He had expected this long ago. With Nan Gongxing's talent and the fortune in the divine illusion dimension, he would probably be able to become a god within a few thousand years. The true martial's sacred land obviously wouldn't be able to keep him here. I'm going to surpass him. Nan Gongxing's eyes focused as a wicked, and terrifying power spread in every direction. Lian Province. Ocean Smoke Pavilion Branch Pavilion. Zhao Feng was once a member of the Mystic True Sacred Clan. Because of the Mystic True Sacred Clan, he was able to avoid the Emperor of Death and obtain great fortune in the demigod Forgotten Garden. This was why he was extremely worried about the Mystic True Sacred Clan. However, even if he rushed over right now, it would take him more than half a year. What should have ended would have ended long ago. Therefore, Zhao Feng needed to use the time he had to increase his strength. One's own strength was the only way to survive in this world. Zhao Feng's eyes focused as he took out many resources and absorbed the elemental power within them in order to cultivate the 5 elemental wind lightning technique. Zhao Feng's strength didn't increase much when he went from a king to an emperor. Only his body had increased when he went from an emperor to a quasi-sacred lord. However, if he became a sacred lord, Zhao Feng's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Only when he became a sacred lord would he be able to fight against a force like 9 Darkness Palace. I wonder how the demigod Kuan Yin is doing. Zhao Feng was slightly worried. As his master, he obviously knew how fast the demigod Kuan Yin was progressing. Furthermore, the demigod Kuan Yin would definitely cause trouble for Zhao Feng. All in all, Zhao Feng needed to break through to the mystic light realm as soon as possible in order to ensure his own safety. There was also Zhao Yufei's engagement and Lu Qinxin's whereabouts. However, it was hard to find a way to break through to the mystic light realm, and Zhao Feng's foundation didn't meet the requirements at all. It's time to explore the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng murmured in a low tone. After recultivating, Zhao Feng had been busy recovering his strength from his previous life and increasing his cultivation. It had been a long time since he had explored the ancient dream realm. With Zhao Feng's current strength, he should be able to go further or find a way to break through to the mystic light realm. Zhao Feng arrived at the ancient dream realm the next instant. The Yao birds, giant python, and black eagle that Zhao Feng had enslaved resided in the forest. Under Zhao Feng's orders, the 2 flying Yao spirits flew in the sky while Zhao Feng and the giant python walked through the forest. On the way, some Yao spirits and normal animals were easily taken care of by Zhao Feng, and they also saw some trees with fruits on them. Zhao Feng put all of them into the misty spatial world. Although he didn't need them, They were extremely tempting to origin core sovereigns and kings in the outside world. Zhao Feng could use these resources to create a batch of experts or develop a force. We've reached the depths of the forest. Zhao Feng said softly. Drip, drip. Zhao Feng suddenly heard the sound of flowing water. Zhao Feng couldn't help but become curious and quickened his footsteps. The giant python next to Zhao Feng shook as if it had sensed something and wasn't willing to move forward. The black eagle and Yao birds in the sky didn't move forward either, as if they could only stop here. The area in front of them was their forbidden zone. Roar! All of a sudden, a deafening roar resounded. Whoosh! A golden-red figure turned into an afterimage and crushed toward Zhao Feng with a terrifying pressure. This is... Zhao Feng immediately circulated his sacred lightning body and threw out a punch that collided with the golden-red figure in front of him. A flaming tiger with golden wings and a fierce expression appeared in front of Zhao Feng. Behind Zhao Feng, the python curled up into a ball. Boom! Zhao Feng pushed the beast back with one punch, but the latter's life force was extremely strong. It immediately stabilized itself and flew into the sky. This beast seems familiar. Zhao Feng's consciousness entered his mind. This was the first time Zhao Feng had seen a beast in the ancient dream realm. The Yao, birds, giant pythons, and black eagles that he had seen in the past were all normal beasts. Could this be the golden-winged scarlet tiger from the 10,000 ancient races? Zhao Feng's expression changed as he found a beast from the 10,000 ancient races. An unbelievable thought appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. Could it be that apart from normal beasts, there were all legendary beasts from the 10,000 ancient races? Chapter 1042. The golden-winged scarlet tiger race was ranked around 9,800th among the 10,000 ancient races. However, at this moment, the true strength of the golden-winged scarlet tiger in front of Zhao Feng was comparable to the sky-shaking golden apes of the Force Diamond race. One had to know that the Force Diamond race's bloodline was ranked 421st. The difference between the two bloodlines was huge, but this golden-winged scarlet tiger gave Zhao Feng the feeling that it was more ferocious and dominant than the golden-winged scarlet tiger. It should be related to the body and bloodline. Zhao Feng's eyes focused. The flesh and blood of normal creatures in the ancient dream realm was extremely beneficial to experts below the void god realm. In terms of bloodlines, the humans and beasts in the continent zone all absorbed or awakened bloodline factors and obtained very weak ancient bloodlines. However, the golden-winged scarlet tiger in front of him might have a complete golden-winged scarlet tiger bloodline. Such ancient creatures didn't exist in the continent zone. I wonder what the meat of this golden-winged scarlet tiger is like. Zhao Feng thought back to the first creature he killed in the ancient dream realm, a spotted snake. At that time, the little thieving cat and little Kuan-Yin fought over the meat of a normal spotted snake. What about this ancient bloodline in front of him? Excitement flashed through Zhao Feng's eyes. Roar! The golden-winged scarlet tiger left behind a scarlet-golden afterimage in the sky as it sped toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng circulated his sacred lightning body at full power and didn't hold back. Sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng casually thrust out his palm and unleashed a scarlet-golden palm the size of a human. Boom! The golden-winged scarlet tiger was pushed back by Zhao Feng's palm once again. Roar! Wariness flashed through the golden-winged scarlet tiger's eyes, but it soon turned into ferocity. The golden-winged scarlet tiger's body instantly released a golden light. It was as if all of its power had increased. What a powerful bloodline! Zhao Feng couldn't help but exclaim. In the continent zone, the experts and monster beasts with ancient bloodlines could only increase their combat strength by a certain amount. The golden-winged scarlet tiger in front of him was an ancient race, ranked around 9,000. The bloodline power it released almost doubled his battle prowess. Even if Xiao Feng used the perfect blood devil sun family bloodline, his fighting power would only increase by 40 to 50%. However, the more surprised Xiao Feng was by this golden-winged scarlet tiger, the more interested Xiao Feng became in it. He wanted to have a taste of it. A bright red, glazed flame surrounded Xiao Feng's body like a blood-red cloud. Xiao Feng activated his blood devil sun bloodline and clashed with the golden-winged scarlet tiger. Rumble. A part of the golden-winged scarlet tiger's body was ignited by Xiao Feng's yang flames. Similarly, after the golden-winged scarlet tiger activated its bloodline power, its claws left a mark on Xiao Feng's sacred lightning body. Soul confusion. A powerful surge of mental energy surged from Xiao Feng's left eye. The golden-winged scarlet tiger's soul instantly started to become chaotic, and it lost control of its body. Soul illusion charge. Xiao Feng used another Tao of illusions, eye bloodline technique. He had read a lot of books on the soul, the Tao of illusions and eye bloodline techniques in Sacred Lord Star Demon's private collection. Xiao Feng could use some of the easier soul eye bloodline techniques with ease. Wind lightning eye flame. A shocking surge of eye bloodline flames appeared in Xiao Feng's left eye. Purple light spun around it, and dark god tribulation lightning symbols appeared. Boom! A ball of transparent dark lightning fire with a destructive aura of god tribulation lightning landed on the golden-winged scarlet tiger's head. At the same time, Xiao Feng charged forward and circulated his physical force true yuan to smash down. Roar! This time, the golden-winged scarlet tiger howled in pain, and its expression twisted in pain. Roar! Roar! Several enraged howls suddenly sounded from the depths of the forest. The terrifying howls were like a golden wave that swept toward Xiao Feng. Not good, the golden-winged scarlet tiger is an ancient race. There should be other golden-winged scarlet tigers here. Xiao Feng's heart shook. Rumble. Boom. Xiao Feng immediately used the sky-destroying sacred lightning palm and the wind lightning eye flame to kill the golden-winged scarlet tiger in front of him. Xiao Feng grabbed the golden-winged scarlet tiger with one hand and disappeared. At this moment, two larger golden-winged scarlet tigers arrived nearby, but they didn't find anything. The two golden-winged scarlet tigers communicated for a while before letting out angry roars. Within the misty spatial world, meow meow. The moment Xiao Feng appeared, the little thieving cat immediately rushed over, its black, gem-like eyes glimmering with a thieving light. A sharp knife immediately appeared in its hand, and saliva flowed from its mouth. Wait! Xiao Feng immediately stopped the little thieving cat. A transparent glass bottle floated into Xiao Feng's hand from within the misty spatial world. Xiao Feng found a wound on the golden-winged scarlet tiger and used the glass bottle to store the golden-winged scarlet tiger's blood. Xiao Feng stopped after the glass bottle was filled with scarlet golden blood. I'll leave it to you to cook. Don't eat it. Xiao Feng stared at the little thieving cat and said, when they were fighting the golden-winged scarlet tiger just now, Xiao Feng's wind lightning eye flame didn't have much of an effect on the golden-winged scarlet tiger's flesh. From this, one could see that the golden-winged scarlet tiger's flesh was very hard to cook. Meow meow. The little thieving cat waved the sharp knife in its hand and waved it around. The little thieving cat suggested that they cut off the flesh of this creature and cook it slowly. Okay, let's do that. Xiao Feng agreed. The golden-winged scarlet tiger was then given to the little thieving cat to cook. Xiao Feng went to the other side of the misty spatial world and looked at the golden-winged scarlet tiger's blood in his hand. This bloodline power was extremely dense, and it radiated a desolate and ancient aura. Xiao Feng took out a few drops and smeared them on his body before circulating his sacred lightning body. It's working. Xiao Feng found that his body was quickly absorbing this bloodline power and nourishing Xiao Feng's body, blood, and organs. However, the effects weren't weak. Zhao Feng took out 10% of the golden-winged scarlet tiger's bloodline and smeared it on his body. This time, Zhao Feng didn't circulate his sacred lightning body. Instead, he activated his blood devil sun bloodline. The golden-winged scarlet tiger's bloodline slowly seeped into Zhao Feng's blood devil sun bloodline. Boom! The scarlet-blooded sun bloodline around Zhao Feng suddenly became hotter. It seems to be able to refine my bloodline. Zhao Feng revealed a joyful expression. Several hours later, the little thieving cat carried the fragrant meat to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng immediately took a piece and ate it to feel it. The effects are more than 4 times that of the fruits from the ancient dream realm, and it contains a lot of fleshly energy. Zhao Feng's expression paused slightly, and he circulated his true yuan to absorb the energy within. Zhao Feng had absorbed too much ancient aura and consumed too much essence, blood, and resources, so the effect of the tiger meat was greatly reduced. Furthermore, Zhao Feng estimated that the effects of the tiger meat mostly came from the golden-winged scarlet tiger's bloodline power. Although the effects are greatly reduced, it's still many times better than the resources I exchanged for in the Lan Province War Hall. Zhao Feng knew how to be content. He had already taken a risk when hunting this golden-winged scarlet tiger. If he went to hunt it again, it would be even more difficult. Furthermore, the battle power of the golden-winged scarlet tiger made Zhao Feng think about enslaving it, but he immediately gave up on the idea. If the enslaved golden-winged scarlet tiger disappeared due to an accident, such as what happened to demigod Kuan, if other beast tamers obtained this golden-winged scarlet tiger, then the secret of Zhao Feng's ancient dream realm would be exposed. Therefore, Zhao Feng didn't let the Yao, bird, black eagle, and giant python that Zhao Feng had enslaved in the past come out to fight. On the other side, the little thieving cat ate almost all the remaining meat while Zhao Feng wasn't paying attention. It then hid to the side and started to sleep while patting its stomach. 1 month later, Zhao Feng's 5 elemental wind lightning technique had been cultivated to the peak of the 8th level, the fire of wind lightning, with the help of a large amount of precious resources. Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat ate all the meat of the golden-winged scarlet tiger, and their strength increased by quite a bit. On this day, Zhao Feng sensed a change in the outside world and left the misty spatial world. Someone from 9 Darkness Palace has finally come. Zhao Feng felt the demonic Dao aura that was suppressing heaven and earth. Sacred Lord 9 Darkness Palace has come, but this is a sub-pavilion of the ocean smoke pavilion. Please conceal your aura. Zhao Feng's voice sounded in the silent hall. A figure suddenly appeared in Zhao Feng's hall. Zhao Feng felt a terrifying demonic aura pressing down on him. His body immediately stimulated a powerful blood energy, and his figure remained unmoving. After absorbing the essence of the golden-winged scarlet tiger over the past few days, Zhao Feng's body had become much stronger. Zhao Feng, how dare you threaten a subordinate force of 9 Darkness Palace? Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's deep voice sounded. The Grand Elder of Dark Sky Gate personally admitted his mistake and compensated the ocean smoke pavilion. That's only natural. Zhao Feng's eyes focused. He had heard Duke Nanfeng and Bai Qingyue mention this before. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was one of the upper echelon members of 9 Darkness Palace that blocked the members of the ocean smoke pavilion. If it wasn't for the white-bearded sword saint of Sky Suspension Palace, the force behind Zhao Feng would have been destroyed by 9 Darkness Palace long ago. Zhao Feng, don't try to argue. If it wasn't for the fact that you threatened Sacred Lord Dark Ghost, he wouldn't have admitted to such a baseless crime. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss glared at Zhao Feng and released his mental energy pressure. However, Zhao Feng's expression didn't change at all. This junior, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, was slightly surprised. In just a few short years, Zhao Feng's strength had increased by a lot. Whether it was in the physical dimension or the mental dimension, Zhao Feng was able to ignore the invisible pressure and remain composed. This isn't a baseless crime. I have absolute proof that he framed the ocean smoke pavilion. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face as if he had a card up his sleeve. Proof. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss paused. All the people related to Dark Sky Gate, slandering the ocean smoke pavilion, had been killed. On the other hand, Zhao Feng had just returned from the battlefield. How could he have any proof? Bullshit. Zhao Feng, don't even think about twisting the truth. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss roared in anger as an invisible demonic Dao aura spread, causing heaven and earth to darken. Even with Zhao Feng's powerful body, he found it hard to endure this intent that was like the might of the heavens. Whoosh! Within the misty spatial world, the black-armored Sacred Lord shot out a beam of cold light that shot out from Zhao Feng's arm guard and formed a screen in the air. The scenes of many quasi-sacred lords and sacred lords appeared on the screen. Leave this to me. I'll capture a few members of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion, kill them, and then slander them. Sacred Lord Dark Ghost's voice sounded from the screen. Zhao Feng had a faint smile as he looked at Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss's colorful expression. The scene on the screen was the black-armored Sacred Lord's memories.